Pro ET winners. Need you in the lanes, please. Pro ET winners. Round number 2 on K&M Filter Saturday was $7,500 to win for the last standing in Pro ET Refrigeration West Coast Classic here for most of Drag Strip. And now it's 2 go down and 1 comes back. Pro ET cars. Pro ET cars need you in the lanes. Double entries lanes 1 and 2. Single entries lanes 3 and 4. Pro ET cars need you in the lane. So again, Pro ET Cars need you in the lanes, please. Pro ET Cars need you in the lanes with double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4. Wow, a whole boatload of pro cars in the lanes there. And Tractor doing a little track prep out there. We're going to be rocking and rolling round number 2, Pro ET on K&N Saturday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Rail now, no more buybacks, is Jeff Kreider and Glenn Workman. Glenn will be over there far side. That's the Camaro. And Jeff Kreider, the Wonder Wagon for Bedrock Racing. Kreider going to be at 7:17 in the Barnes Custom Engines Team Machine. Glenn Workman at trip 8 The Camaro in that three-way Chevrolet lane. First pair, round two, Pro ET. Clean green. Glenn is out here. Here comes Jeff Kreider in that Vega down there, top end. That wind light says Glenn Workman. 90 with a 7 on that 88 dial-in. 0-20 for the win. Jeff Kreider, a 4 over, 22 with the 1. 0-14. And Kreider headed back to Bakersfield for dinner. Coney near Peter Farside. Nova 643. Coney. The Arizona differential. Team Machine Arrow. Watch that baby at 575. The front wheels in that Arrow are going to be skied out there about 100 feet. Watch Tony will, not do that now. Peter's in. Tony's in. Okay, it was 60 feet. Clean green. Peter out there. Tony up alongside him down there top end. Tony Marconi. 0-17, 81 with a 4 on that 75 dial-in for the win. Peter was tardy at 73 and then a 61 with a 2. Trying to run him down is Jonathan Fiello. Pedro Valadez. Wow. Big-time round two matchup here. Pedro Farside, the Bird at 698. And Jonathan Fiello, K&M Filters Nova, 564. Jonathan, right side of the track. Pedro's in, Jonathan's in. Head start to the Pontiac. A couple of green light starts here. Nova starting to make the move. Jonathan hustling down there, drops that nose. Jonathan, 0-22, 565, 7 on the 64 dial-in for the win. Pedro, 0-34, 99 with an 8 on that 98 dial. Out here, Rick Reynolds, Brian Cam. Brian Camaro Farside, 787, getting the head start over Rick Reynolds. 559 for the Fairlane with a big inch Ford under the hood. Green light starts. Brian over his shoulder. Rick Reynolds up alongside him. Brian Cam. 90 with a 7 on the 87 dial. 065 for the win. Rick Reynolds, 50 on the tree. Got down there, took a big stripe. Goes 56 with a 7 on that 59 dial-in. The breakout is Kelly Davis and Ryan Homart. Man, they pit together. How'd this happen? Kelly Davis, right side, Mustang, 629. Ryan Homart, the KB Racing Nova, 607. PJ walks away from his better half, Kelly. Kelly got mom and dad in the house this weekend. .607 left, Ryan. 629 right, Kelly Davis. That Nova's been known to sky the front wheels. That Mustang ain't bad either. To go to round 3, Pro ET, K&N Saturday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. They're set. They are green. Down there top end, Ryan Homart, 0-42, dead on 7 with a 2. Kelly Davis, 80 on the tree, 24 with the 7 on that 29 dial-in. Ryan moving on. Jody George, Cliff Hall. Jody over here right side the Old, 7-13, getting the head start over Cliff Hall. The FordParts.com Falcon, 658, Cliff Hall. Another great matchup here. Cliff Hall, 003, drops the nose of that Falcon. 003, 62 with a 2 on that 58 dial for the win. Jody, 2 over with a 9. but was 0-3-6. Linda Valdez, Brandon Umberger. Linda, 6-6-0 in the show quality Camaro for quality smoked barbecue. Let's go to Valdez's house tonight. I'm saying Brandon Umberger, the Legal Addiction Chevette, 568 for the Chick Magnet, far side three-way Chevrolet lane. Head start Linda. Here comes Brandon down there, top end. Linda breaks out by 6 thousandths of a second. 002 and could not. Wow. Took the stripe down there. Brandon was 53 on the tree and out by 4 thou and dodged a bullet there. Brandon Umberger going to bring that Chevette back. It's Dennis Paz and Jeremy Wilson. Jeremy Farside, another one of the Colorado Team Machines. 616, Jeremy Wilson. Dennis driving Stephanie's Nova at 611. Down there, top end. Dennis Paz dead on 8-0-21. Takes out Jeremy Wilson's 0-39. Out by 5. Dennis Paz moving to the next round. Danny Valdez, Craig Marilis. Danny right side, 662 in the Nova. Craig Marilis, the Camaro out of Northern Cal, 641. Craig Marilis. Red light start, Danny Valdez. Craig Marilis moving on again with the Camaro. Down 641. Craig runs down through there, 649. Lifting to 92 miles an hour. Jeff LaSalle, Jay Griner. And I have to say, Jeff LaSalle over here in the Mopar has not had a Jeff LaSalle weekend. I'd like to change that today on $7,500 to win on K&N Saturday at the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. LaSalle at 648, chasing Jay Griner's Ventura, 673, Jay Griner. Head started that Pontiac. Mopar making the move down there, top end. It's Jay Griner. 44 on the tree, 74 with a 4 on that 73 dial for the win. Jeff LaSalle, 65 and dead on 4, trying to get there. But Jay Griner moving the next round is Chris Pedersen, John Carvalho. Camaro, John, Mazda's Plus from Modesto, right up the 99 highway, 633. Chasing Chris Pedersen. In from Ventura. Well, but Pedersen rolled the beams there. Wow. John getting the automatic W. 633, 634, 6. Not sure what happened to Chris there, but he went to set the trans brake or something, but it rolled right on through there. That's like a no-no. And it'll tell you right now, in the water box, it don't get much better than this. Robert Crum, your newly crowned Division 7 Pro ET champ at 663 and multi-time Division 7 champ, C.W. Hofer at 735. A couple of prime time players, round 2, K&M Filter Saturday Pro ET. CW is in, Robert Crum is in. Clean green. Oh, man, watch this one down there. Two guys very good at the finish line. Robert Crum goes 6 646-014 on that 63 dial for the win. C-Dub was 20 and a 2 over, 37 with a 2, and out of here in round number 2, and a big time one there. Eric Schmidt. 606 the Vega, Eric Schmidt far side. Shelby Williams, the K&M Filters Camaro at 615. Shelby Williams carried them front wheels big time in that Camaro. Top end, Shelby Williams drops that nose. Dead on 4, 042. Takes out Eric Schmidt, 1 over 07 with the 4, 091. Steve Kelly. And Mark Kidd. Mark Kidd, I don't want to say nothing, but your son already picked up a big time check here. And 588 Mark Kidd. 621 Steve Kelly. I can watch Kelly's car lead the starting line all weekend long. Steve Kelly out front down there, top end. Steve Kelly. 037 on the tree, 23 with the 2 on the 21 dial-in for the win. Mark Kidd missed it. 72, then breaks out by 3 Hun. Is Hubert Pierce Jr. and Jeffrey Martin. Jeffrey over there, never satisfied. Dotson, 632. Jason Hugh, baby, 813 for the Camaro. Red light start, Hubert Pierce by 15 thou. Jeffrey Martin moving on the Dotson, 037 and 1 over 33 with a 2. Moved to round number 3, Pro ET. Herkersay, John Victorino. Victo, far side, 774 in the S10. Herkersay, best appearing car in my book, 659 with the big block Nova. Head start, Herc starting to make that move down there, top end. John Victorino, dead on 7, 032 for the win. Herc was 42 on the tree, and a 62 with a 4 on that 59 dial-in. John Victorino, the pickup truck coming back as Colin poised. Andy Schmall. Colin over here, the Nova for CP Auto Works, his company in Yucca Valley, 651. Andy Schmall already picked up that 1 check for Kid Performance Friday for $5,000, $591 for the Beretta in from Idaho. Starts again. Andy Schmall looking to do that old double up. 596.6 on the 91 dial-in, 036 for the win. Colin was 64 and then a 4 over. 656.0. Robert Bagley, Noel Creves. Noel far side. 645 for the Camaro. Bagley, the quality scaffolding, Vega 758. Noel, I love to watch that car leave the starting line with the front wheels in the air big time. Down there, top end, Winlight, Vega. 66 on that 58 Island, 037 for the win. Noel, 49 on the tree, and then 53 with a 2 on that 45. Could not catch Robert Bagley. It's Matt Fritz, Jeff Jones. The DL Construction, Delta Welding Camaro, Matt right here in Bakersfield. 645 getting the head start over Jeff Jones. That Nova, 595 for Double J far side. Matt Fritz lights that second light. JJN. One of them missed, one of them hit, and I'm about to tell you right now, it was Jeff Jones, 004, 05 with a 5 for the win on that 595 dial-in. Matt Fritz, who was 4 over 49 with a 5, but had one of those dreaded reaction times. It starts with a 1. Is Steven Shear, Tracy Perez. Tracy Farside, 66 Chevelle, 748. Steven Shear, 621 for the Rizzoli Mobile over here, right side. Head start Tracy. Steven Shear down there. Drops that nose. Dead on 6. 020 for the win. Tracy Perez out by 4. 035. Steven moving on. Is Randy Stanley and Alan Brown. AB far side. 34 Ford Coupe Big Block Chevrolet 578. Chase Nova for affordable transmission at $695. Green light starts in this one. Oh, man, they're good. One of them was 00, and he didn't make it work. Randy Stanley, 018, 96 with a 5 on a 95 dial-in for the win. Alan Brown, 009, and took a bunch stripe and broke out by 3. Is Dave Barcelone, Tim Sullivan. Sullivan, the Black Betty Valiant, 640. Dave Barcelone, that's the boss man of Truck Down. The Truck Down Missile Nova, 634. Red light starts. Both drivers. True start is on. Dave Barcelone coming back. 006 RED and 30 with the 9 on that 34 dial-in for the win. Is Kevin Homard, Henry Roberson. That's pretty big down on the starting line right now. Kevin, the supercharged big block Camaro at 584. And prime time Henry Roberson, 725 for the J. Bodie Racing Mustang. And Henry has not had what I call a Henry Roberson weekend either. Head start Henry. Couple of players, round 2. Pro ET, K&N Saturday. Identical 012 reaction times. Win line, Henry Roberson out by 2 thou. Takes out Kevin Homards out by 200. They were both 012 reaction time. Is Sasha Hofer, Jim Hulse. Sasha, 732. Runner-up in Pro ET on Kid Performance Friday in the Firebird. And Jim Hulse, 719 in the Datsun. It's not stock, by the way. True start is on, and it goes to Sasha Hofer. Sasha was the better of the 2 reaction times at 001. Jim Hulse out at 008. Sasha coming back is the hammer, Ron Nickel. And Caitlin Torres. The Torres family racing, you knew this girl was going to be a drag racer. Caitlin at 1073. The Hammer, Ron Nickel at 6, 8, 9. So Caitlin rolls in and deep stages, kicks out that top light. Hammer ain't going to be intimidated by that. Been there, seen that, done that in the Oldsmobile. They are in and set. Green light starts. Here comes that Oldsmobile chasing that young lady down there top end. That wind light says Hammer. 693.4 on that 89, dialing for the win. Caitlin got down there and broke out by 18 thou. Hammer was 47 on the tree. Caitlin was 89 on the tree. John Baker, Tim O'More. By the way, a quick reminder, racers, M&M Fuels is just inside the main gate there. Mike Rogers is the team out here. M&M Fuels. If you need race fuel or any of that other cool VP racing products, Mike is here. So Tim O'More, the Camaro out of Tucson at 598. John Baker, the Mustang out of Lake Havasu. 686, John Baker. Head start Mustang. Doing the chasing, Tim O'More. Down there, top end, Tim O'More taps in brakes. 6 flat on that V8 dialing 013. John Baker 1 over 87 with the 6031. 8 thousandths of a second. The stripe to Tim O'More. David Demings, Glenn Workman, second entry for Glenn over there. 888 trip H for the Camaro. David Demings. The Nova 635. Green light starts. That 8-second Camaro trying to hold off that Nova down there top end. Wind light says David Demings out by 3, 035 for the win. Glenn Workman out by 4, 45 for the loss. Jay Case, I'm going to step in and take you through the rest of this round of Pro ET. Jay?
Well, Mike, thanks a lot. I'll tell you, obviously we were expecting lots of great lights in Super Pro, which we've seen more than just a lot. We've absolutely impressed by the way these guys are chopping the tree down. Mike Euling driving the 1965 El Camino, 661 the dial, is going to get a bit of a head start, almost a full second off of Brandon Umberger's 77 Chevette. Big Chevy under the hood, going to take the win light in the Chevette. Mike goes red by 5 thousandths of a second. Runs a 63 with a 0 on a 61. 64 with a 9 on a 67. So a little bit quick there for Brandon. But, you know, with that red light in the lane, he gets to hang out and say, yep, let's see what she's got. So it works out to a nice little pass there as going into third round, knowing what you got. Stephanie Paz driving that good-looking little Nova, 68 Nova, first year for that body style. 496 inches of big Chevy. Alongside Dave Meyer, 608, so only 0.02 of a second separate him off the tree. Oh, baby. Stephanie with an 012 light, then finishes it off with a 611 on a 610 dial. That's an 11 with a 0. I think that car was dialed 611 about 20 times yesterday. I think that's what we're going to see next round. 608 runs 605, so David too quick. Otherwise, David gave it a good run down at the other end. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door cars. Double entries to lanes 1 and 2. Double entries to lanes 1 and 2. Single entries to lanes 3 and 4. Roger Phillips goes red. Ryan Humart moves on to the next round. Runs a little under as he goes 6:05 with a 9 on 6:07. Roger Phillips misses the tree by 0.06 of a second. Next pair coming your way, Phil Mandela Jr. driving that big old 69 Chevelle SS, 396 for power, alongside Jeff LaSalle. So the 440 RT alongside the 396 Chevelle. Oh, baby, Phil Mandela Jr. puts it up red by 1/100th of a second. Jeff LaSalle's going to run it on through, goes 6:44 on a 6:47, but gets the win based on the fact that he's the only guy out there to put up a green light. Anybody there racer needs a Moroso 4-vane rebuild kit or an entire pump if you've got one, needs one bad. Just if you got one, please just bring it to the tower. If you got the kit to rebuild it, or if you got one complete ready to go, we've got a racer in need here, so bring it on by. Eric Schmidt driving the 72 Vega. Doesn't say what size engine's in it. I think those things came with a 2. I don't even remember anymore. I think it was a 607, I should say, against a 670. Rob Strong in that yellow Firebird, 670. Red light for Rob Strong. He misses it the tree by 0.07 of a second. Eric runs it on through, runs a 6:08 on a 6:07. Rob Strong. Hey, listen up, racers in the pits as well as racers in the staging lanes. Anybody that can hear my voice. We want to remind you, because we've had a couple racers ask the question, but the dial-in boards that are in front of the water hole don't change until the second car has put on at least one light on the tree. So guys, be patient. Don't worry about the dial in until you see that the other cars have started to go in. Once both cars are in, then the dial in boards change automatically, but that's when it happens. Ryan Toon alongside Schmall. Well, we know one thing about Andy. He's sitting a little crooked in that car because he's got a wallet full of money. The racer that was looking for the rebuild kit for the 4-vane, bring it on up here, guys, because we have a volunteer. We've got one in the tower. Ryan Toon goes under by 1/100th of a second, giving the win over to Andy Schmall. Man, that was close. 91 with a 5, and Andy takes the win. Started that out with an 03 bulb. Everything there was good. Next pair coming your way, Jeff Martin driving the 74 Datsun. Alongside that good-looking 05 Cavalier. This Cavalier is no slow coach either. Check this out. 555 for a door car. Alongside 632, so almost a full second head start. Goes over to the Z car. Then off to the races, so to speak, from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Ed puts the win light on as he goes a 55 on a 55. Starting that out with an 015 light. Again, the racer that was looking for that Moroso rebuild kit, we have the kit in the tower. Please come to the tower. Dave Barcelone out of Bremerton, Washington. Truck Town. Bremerton's also like submarine town too, so the 67 Nova, 421 cubic inch small block, alongside Jeff Giangi Jeff Giangi driving the 65 Nova, the supercharged car, making his way here into the next round. Man, got his hands full this time. Dave Barsalone's tough. So, pair of early Novas squaring off. Super Pro door cars, Super Pro door cars. Dave Barcelone putting on the win light, 636 on a 631 after a nice 03 light, and moves on to the next round. Super Pro door cars, double entries 1 and 2, single entries lanes 3 and 4. Tony Marconi, the 76 drop top Plymouth. Well, actually, it's not really a drop top as much as it's a panel saw top, because you had to cut that one off. Neat idea, though. I've always liked the idea of running an open roof door car. I'm going to say wow right now. 002 light off the line, then runs a 576 with a 2 on a 576. Yes, indeed, that is a 004 pack. Oh, man. Hey, listen up. If you were looking for that Moroso rebuild kit, come to the tower. Here's Rick Reynolds running down the other end and putting on the win light. Rick Reynolds, 02 on the tree, and then runs a 60 with a 2 on a 56. Jody George giving it everything he's got, runs a 17 on a 13, over by 4. So 2 guys both 4 over. The difference was the tree, as Rick snatched 2 away on the Christmas tree, and that was pretty much what that wrote, because it was door handle to door handle all the way down. Steve Kelly, 623. Hey, and I'm actually working with cars that have door handles on them. For Steve Kelly alongside C.W. Hofer. C.W. 736 to dial on the Firebird, and off it goes. Lights identical, basically. Then a double breakout. Closer to the dial, C.W. goes a 35 with a 4 on a 36, so under by 6 thou. As a 20 with a 9 on a 23, so over by 2 and change. So CW moves on to the next round. Remember, obviously, there aren't any more buybacks. So 2 enter, 1 comes back. Sasha Hofer. All right. Sasha doing a great job on the Friday race, which she just finished up a few minutes ago. Getting all the way down into the big money. Alongside Jeff Jones. Jeff was intimidated as he puts it up red. Sasha goes 007 off the line and then goes 731, running it out on a 732 dial. 94 with a 0 on a 95 for Jeff Jones. Super Pro door cars, you guys should be in the lanes. Super Pro door cars, you should all be in the lanes and ready to go as we're pulling you next. Henry Robertson. Henry, the 1984 Mustang, alongside Randy Stanley. Randy driving the 75 Nova. .002 to the red side for Henry. That's the end of that one. Randy Stanley, 05 off the tree and then runs a 90 with a 7 on a 96. So had a bunch in his pocket. But either that or the air is changing rapidly. I'm not quite sure which one it is. I'm not going with the air changing rapidly, as we've had a beautiful afternoon, stabilized out to be a very comfortable 60 degrees. Curtis in the Roadrunner. Curtis is getting the single round based on an odd lot number of cars. And he ain't fooling around either. How about an 0-1-2 light? Then runs down and goes to 95 with a 3 on a 98. So, again, a lot of cars picking up this round. Super Pros, suit up. You're coming out now. Super Pros, suit up. You're coming out now. Chris in the 69 Camaro. I was just kind of balling that car. I saw it run a lot yesterday. Never really good look at it. Good looking machines a pair. Hey, Cameron out of Bakersfield in El Camino. 654 the dial in for the El Camino. 597 for Chris Johnson's Camaro. Big stack of Super Pro door cars out there. And if you have a Super Pro door car and you're still in and you're not in the scenes, I'm telling you right now, you better hurry. Taking her time getting in. AJ's going to get the leave first. Guys leaving basically together with near perfect lights both sides of the track. Wind light comes up on Chris Johnson's side. 599 with an 8 on a 597. Puts the wind light on. Taking a 100 stripe at the other end. 013, 57 with a 4, tapping the brake. Here's Shane Thompson. 67 Nova alongside the drop top Corvette of Tim Wirtz. Tim, another of the Idaho drivers making the trip down here. 63 Corvette. 540 cubic inches for power. Little adjustment on the dial in there. 512 for Tim Wirtz. So he is going to be going first by just a touch. In a situation where he crossed over, obviously that's going to make a difference. So we got to give Shane a second to make adjustments on his side. Everybody's all set. Staged him up, bringing him down now. Oh, baby. Shane Thompson, 4,000s off perfect, then runs an 87 with a 9 on an 85. Closer to his dial, but losing is Tim Wirtz as he runs a 513 with a 2 on a 512. But Shane Thompson starting that out with a 004 light. And then down at the other end, takes a little bitty, itty bitty, teeny 009 stripe at the other side. That is some good drag racing right there. Good drag racing. Here's Carl Hagen. Carl driving that very slick looking multicolored 2000 Avenger. 565 cubic inches of huge Mopar. Alongside Gabriel Hernandez. Gabe driving the 89 S10. I'm going to try it one more time. In Hermosillo, in Mexico. So that's a trip. That isn't Tijuana. Trust me, that's a trip coming up from there. Tight race down at the other end. Wind light comes up for Carl Hagen. 11th separate him on the tree. Carl runs dead on with a 9 to take the win, forcing a breakout on Gabriel's side. Gabe breaking out with a 611 with a 9 on a 613. So, more good lights, more good racing. Next pair coming your way. Robert Crum, speaking of good racers, matter of fact, he's holding up the hardware this year. 664, the dial in for the 63 Nova alongside Rodney Snyder. Rodney, 528, the dial in for the 63 Corvette. Corvette sits and waits patiently. Oh, baby. Robert Crum goes red, puts on the red light, actually farther away of the two red lights. True start coming into effect on this pair. 526 with an 8 on a 528. So 12 thou under. So kind of under everywhere. Under by 2 thou, under by 12 thou. So that's a 14 thou under pack. But it turns into being a winner. Here's Greg Dreher. Greg driving the Chevette. Has it dropping on the stop right after the launch alongside Robert Butler. Butler's 63 Camaro. And Butler takes the win. Butler at 03 light, took 2 off the tree, carries it down to the finish line in a double breakout situation. He runs a 2 with a 4 on a 63, so 6 thou under, and puts on the win light. Greg Dreher runs through with a 648 on a 650, and that did not get the Bulldog fed. Richie Sullivan out of Santee, driving the Roadster. County Motor Parts, RJ Race Cars, sponsor on that machine. Daniel Fiello out of Yucaipa, side by side, right off the line, heading for the finish line. Win light comes up Richie Sullivan. Richie Sullivan in the Roadster, 555 with a 1 on a 552. So good by 2 and change, takes the win as Daniel Fiello goes under by 2 thousandths of a second. John Caravo driving the 67 Camaro. That's the bright blue car over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 634 the dial in is going to get a 1.5 second head start over Bill Bathello. Seas Candy, the sponsor on that Grand Am. Everybody green on this end goes to the other end. Everybody's good there, but only one guy's going to win, and that happens to be Bill. The Seas Candy Special runs through there 490 on a 488, and that's good for the win. John goes 34 on a 34. Matter of fact, he goes 34 on a 34 with a 0, but unfortunately he gave 3 away in the tree, and that was about 2 too many, and ends up waiting for tomorrow. Bill moves on. This has got to be the most unassuming Super Pro car out there. Pearson Deming, the Kid Performance 77 Nova. Well, this is strange. Remember it said 685 cubic inches on one of the other, now it says 385 cubic inches. Somebody make up my mind. Maybe they did an engine change. Hard to say. DJ Humard driving the Corvette, trying to stay with him, and oh man, 62 with a 3 on a 78. Not sure what happened to DJ there, as the car not getting anywhere near the number. He was in trouble anyways. Pearson goes 0-1 on the tree and then goes a 649 on a 647. But it's almost a 1/10 of a second at the other end. There's something going awry with the Corvette. Tim Kohler's 535 dial in on that 86 Camaro, trying to chase down Craig Maros, and does. Craig's 642. He goes 641 with an 8, breaking out by 2 thousandths of a second. The 02 light, and then a 35 with a 4 on a 35. Puts Tim into the next round. Man, this is getting tough out there. Dave Beckwith, speaking of tough, the 64 Chevy 2, alongside Jim Shelton in the 69 Mustang. This Mustang is built Ford tough with Chevy stuff. I've never said that before. 383 cubic inch small block power in the Mustang. 640 is the dial, so he's going to get about a 1 second head start from the little Nova. Red light for Shelton. Dave Beckwith's going to take the win. Jim Shelton runs a 39 with an 8 on a 40. So all of that a little too quick everywhere, too quick on the tree, and he gives the win light over to Dave Beckwith. He runs a 47 on a 47 with a 6 and puts on the win light and moves on to the next round. Here's Ernie Macias lining up the Beretta. Ernie's 92 Beretta out of Ramona, California, alongside Jonathan Fiello. Jonathan's 71 Nova, 540 inches of big block power. They leave the line. Excellent green lights both sides of the track. Getting to the finish line. In a double breakout win, Jonathan Fiello breaks out by 4th thou. Ernie breaks out by 7th thou. And that's the difference of the race. 0-2 light to an 0-1-2 light. And that was just another one of those races, tight as it gets. Everybody's fighting for the stripe down at the other end. As it turns out, he gets there by just a few thou. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro Dragster, Super Pro Dragster. If you are double entered, go to lanes 1 and 2. If you are single entered, go to lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro Dragster, this is your call to the lanes. Dennis Paz. Driving the green Nova alongside Kevin McClellan. Win light comes up for Dennis Paz. He goes a 46 with a 1 on a 44. Kevin runs under by 1 thou. Ouch. Mark Barnhart driving a 74 Vega. This one's purple. Alongside Ricky. Ricky Dushel driving that Aerospace Components Brandt Racing 63 Corvette. 632 cubic inches pushes that to a 533 dial. 598 for Barnhart in the Vega. Everybody taking their time getting in. Coming down now. Oh, baby, Mark Barnhart goes red by 0.02 of a second. That's almost guaranteed a dead on. Nope, he runs a 90 too quick. 534 with a 4 on a 533, and Ricky moves on. Chris Browning drives a 63 Corvette as well. Man, you'd think they just made millions of those. 560 cubic inch big block 63 Corvette, 533 the dial in there. Andrew Olson, 584 the dial in for the 1970 Camaro. Remember what we're doing. Eventually we're going to wind our way down to a $20,000 to win Super Pro, which is, by the way, the highest standard set purse in the history of the Silver State Classic, West Coast Classic. Win light comes up on Andrew's side. 0-2 off the tree, runs an 86 on an 84. Chris left a little too much on the tree, runs a 35. Close to the dial in, but not enough to get a win light. Brian McCullough. Brian out of Petaluma, the 67 Camaro. That's the bright red one that you see over in the Michelob Ultra lane alongside Mike Cornelis. Mike out of Tijuana. $644 the dial in for Mike. $676 the dial in for the Camaro. Man, lights are tough on this end, baby. 001 light does take the win light. It's tight down at the other end. 676 with a 2 on a 676. I'm not sure, but I think we've got the second best package of the day out there, as that's what it took to put Mike on the trailer. Mike goes a 43 with a 1 on a 44, out by 9 thou. And just unbelievable. It's not unbelievable anymore. We've seen so many guys hitting this thing like this. Byron, goes 0-0-1 on the tree and then over by 2 thou for a total of a 3 thou pack. Next pair coming your way. Lee Schweitzer driving the T-Money Racing Mustang. 636 dial in. Alongside Steve Williams. Steve Williams, 564. Dial goes 565 after a nice 0-2 light. Lee got the better of the 2 lights, was good by about a hundredth more. Down at the other end, margin of victory, 7 thousandths of a second going to Steve Williams. Super Pro Door Cars, Super Pro Door Cars, this is your final call. Super Pro Door Cars, this is your final call. And again, dragsters, Super Pro dragsters, you have been called. Double entries 1 and 2. Single entries 5 and 6. John Baker driving the 08 Mustang. He goes an 87 on an 87, but Stan Deming showing him how to work that tree. 0-0-2 off the line, then runs an 08 with a 0 on an 07. Just a 12th thou pack. They do make this look too easy. Hey, listen up. If you won money over there on the Friday Kid Performance, go over to the West Coast Trailer. Do make sure you have your W-9 form filled out because you're not collecting money unless you hand them a form. As you know, there's only 2 things you can get away with. One of them is, there's 2 things you can't get away with. One of them is you can't win with a red light, not usually. And you can't avoid taxes, not usually. So please have your W-9 forms filled out. Bill Kidd breaks out on his pass by 3 thousandths of a second, giving the win to Jeff Boussard. Both guys just 3 thousandths of a second off on each other on the tree, and then Boussard runs dead on with a 9. Yeah, that gets hard. Man, Bill goes in there and puts on a 009 stripe and can't get the job done. Wow. Kyle Rizzoli, the 67 Camaro. Good-looking machine right there. Dialed 615. Going to get a 1-second head start over Tim Wirtz' Corvette. He tried to get a little more than 1 second as he goes 004 red, and that puts the wind light on over in Tim Wirtz' lane as he goes 01 off the tree and then runs a 12 with a 9 on a 13. So he missed the dial-in. Huge. He missed it by a thou. Richie Sullivan out of Santee, driving the County Motor Parts Roadster, alongside Wes Anderson, driving the 27 Ford Roadster. 536 to dial in for Wes Anderson, 551 for Richie Sullivan's Roadster. So Roadster's a pair. This time we teamed them up by body shape. Tight down the other end too, man. 007 win light. Yep, 007 does take the win. Wes Anderson 07, and then runs a 35 with a 6, 4th out under, and then Richie ran 1 full 100th under. And man, you're just tough to win these races. Rich Harrison out of Harrison Plastering. Now there's something I can stand against. Or 4. Plastering. 554. The dial in for Rich Harrison. Pearson Deming goes 648. Okay, here we go. Pearson Deming, the 648 leaves the line. Believe it or not, he throws an 012 light up there, and he takes the win with it, even though he had to give away 3 thousandths at the tree. Getting down the other end, a 47 with an 8 on a 48, so he was under by 2 thou. 49 with a 5 was way under for Rich. And Pearson moves on. Pearson's already collected some money. Speaking of collecting money, guys, listen up. If you've got money coming from Fun Friday, and I mean to tell you, that was a great Friday. It was so good, we ran the rest of Friday today. So that's right. If you've got money coming from the Kid Performance and Dyno race on Friday, make sure you've got a filled out W9 form. Go on over to the West Coast Classics trailer and pick up some serious cash. Gabriel Hernandez driving the 89 S10, 421 cubic inch Chevy powered car alongside Robert Butler. Butler driving the 73 Camaro, 565 cubic inches. So 561 the dial for the 73 Camaro, 610 the dial in for Gabe's pickup truck. I don't think he goes out and gets like some fence posts or anything with this particular truck. Looks a little quick for that. But if you did, you could go get him and bring him back in a hurry. Two near perfect lights off the line. Robert Butler takes the win light. Robert Butler takes the win light. He runs a 63 with a 2 on a 61. And under by 2 thou, Gabe Hernandez, man, missed it by just 0.02 of a second. That was a 006 light against a 011 light. And then takes the stripe by an 01 at the other end, but breaks out by 2 thousandths. I think this might be our last pair of Super Pro door cars. And if that's the case, this is Ernie Macias. Ernie driving the 92 Beretta, 598 cubic inches of loads of fun, going 523 for a dial-in, alongside Dave Beckwith. Dave Beckwith, 548 dial-in. He's from the beautiful community of Rancho Cucamonga. 64 Nova or Chevy 2, or maybe even it's a Chevy 2 Nova. There was a couple years where they put both names on the sides. There you go. He called it, yeah, that's what you get if you do it backwards. Nova, of course, if you spoke Spanish, would mean no go. So I'm not quite sure which one it is, but either way, 548. This one's got plenty of go, but it's going to get to go first as Macias is going to give him 0.2 of a second head start. The lights are about 8 thou apart. The win light does come up on Dave Beckwith's side. He runs a 51 with a 0 on a 48. Closer to the dial in a 009 light. Hey, listen, we got dragsters coming, and while we got dragsters coming, it also means that we've got Mike English coming to the microphone. Mike?
Thank you, Jay. As Brian Watts out of Washington, 448 right side of the track. And Don Sefton, that truck down rocket ship over there, getting a head start as Sefton at 467 in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Super Pro Dragster, round 2. Clean green. 017 left second down there. Top end makes it work. Don Sefton, 005 out by 3 thou. Brian Watts, 017, 49 with an 8, 1 over for the win. Is Gabe Torres. So Gabe Torres, 475, chasing Vince Giordano in from Las Vegas, 485, Vince far side. They are set. Green light starts again down there, top end. That wind light says Gabe Torres. Gabe goes dead on 4:019 for the win. Vince Giancarlo 45, dead on 8, and could not get there. Dustin Wirtz, Jason Dawson. Jason coming back here. The Silver State Refrigeration Team Machine, right side. 457 for Racing Jason. Dustin Wirtz, A1 Motorsports, Oakley Motorsports, Team Car, Idaho. 447. Dustin over there, far side, three-way Chevrolet lane. Advantage Dustin Wirtz, win light Dustin Wirtz, dead on 7. 028 for the win for Dustin. Jason out by 3, thou 046 is Mason Watts and KJ Dessa. Dessa right side, the LAT Oils team car, 481 KJ. Mason, Richland, Washington, JD Aircraft, 488. Mason far side. Red light start, Mason Watts by 6, thou. KJ 013 on 3 and out by a button. 478.81 dial KJ, but the horse Mason goes red and goes on 0. Val Torres Senior, Steven Shearer. Steven Farside, 475. Getting a head start over Val at 462 for Senior here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Steven Shearer out front, 015. Steven Shearer out by 2. 473.7 on that 75 dial, 015 for the win. Val 460 with a 7, 037 for the loss. And Steven Shearer moving on is Colton Aragon and Jimmy Lewis. Jimmy Farside out of Washington, 461 Jimmy Lewis. Colton Aragon in from Grand Junction, Colorado. 476 Colton. True start to fix there. Colton Aragon, 001 red, 474.3 for the win. Jimmy Lewis goes 10 red. And True Start gives the win to Colton Aragon as Dale Torres. Parker Theobald. Parker in from St. George, Utah. Far side, 530. Dale Torres. Clay Smith Camps, Torres Brothers Racing Dragster, 532 Dale. Front motor dragster and a Army of back motor big block dragsters. Front motor small block dragster. Oh, there is one small block registered dragster here. Hey, but there's only one front motored one. Looking to go to round number 3. Super Pro Dragster. K&N Filters Saturday. the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Parker's in. Dale's in. They are clean and they are green. Dale looking over in that front motor car down there, top end. Dale Torres out by 6 thou, 0-11 for the win. Parker was 55 and out by 6 hun. Kind of a stunner there, but the front motor car's coming back. With Steve White and Nick Cobb. Nick far side. My neighbor down in Wildemar, 465. He'll be chasing Steve White, 483 Steve White. Oh, 10 off the starting line second. Wow. Nick Cobb, 006, dead on one. 7 thou package, Nick Cobb. Steve White was 10 on the tree, breaks out by 4 thou. It's Colby Fuller and Jeremy Wilson. Jeremy coming back here from Colorado, 469 Jeremy. Colby Fuller in from Georgia, 468 Kobe, far side. One comes from Colorado, one comes from Georgia. They pair up, round 2. Green light starts. Oh, Colby. 003, 471, 4 on that 68 dial for the win in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Jeremy Wilson out by a boatload. 55 on that 69 and 032. And Colby moving on is Bobby Dye Jr. Backs up the Specialty Fasteners team car. Bobby here at the Michelob Ultra lane. So Bobby Dye at 463. Tyler Myra out of Utah. 462, Tyler far side. .013 Tyler, 009 Bobby, top end Tyler by 8 thousandths of a second. .013 dead on 5 for the win. Bobby 009, 1/64 with a 7. Tyler getting that win by 8 thousandths of a second is Val Torres Jr., Tanner Theobald. Tanner over there far side. Another one of the Utah boys. St. George, 472 Tanner, Val Torres Jr. Tiffany down there, Caitlin, 448 Val Jr. here in the Michelob Ultra lane. One of them was perfect, and it'd be Tanner. Trip zip perfect, go 1/473 on that 72 dial for the win. Val Torres goes dead on 8, 020. Tanner moving on is Chris Stock and Marco Parabolaris. Chris over there far side, 498 for the Carlsbad base dragster. Marco for Bob Pinella and Pinella Racing Engines, Hoosier Tires, and Kasner Racing Enterprises. Marco, 454. Pre-stage is Marco. There, Chris Stock lights up first lane. Now they're set. Head start far side. Marco making that move. 001 Marco Paravalaris and a 1 over 455 with a 0 for the win. Chris Stock, he wasn't bad. He was 0-11 on the tree and gets there first by 1/10,000th and breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. So Marco a 1 over 455, 001 on the tree. Moving on is David Meyer and Race Kid. Race, of course, he's already picked up a big check on Kid Performance Friday, $10,000. Coming back over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane at 459. And your Rady Division 7 Super Pro champion, the Summit Series, David Meyer, coming back here. That Michelob Ultra lane. Meyer at 482. So the assassin far side, Race Kid, taking on David Meyer. Man, I'll tell you, yesterday's winner might be in trouble down there. Yes, he is. David Meyer dead on 2-0-11 for the win. Race missed the tree, breaks out by 13,045, and, well, somebody else is going to get the big check today of $20,000. Is Paul Dowdy and Trey Vetter. 447 Trey far side. Paul Dowdy, 470. So out of Henderson, Nevada. That racing family. Paul Dowdy in from Utah. Paul Dowdy missed the tree big time there. Trey Vetter, 006, 4683 for the win. Paul missed the tree and runs it down there at 78 with a 1. But Trey Vetter moving on. Gage Cameron, Jeff Serra. That's $1 Million Jeff coming back. One of those Silver State Refrigeration Teams car. Jeff will be at 456. Gage Cameron, regular here at Formosa Drag Strip. The Gage Mobile at 498 over there, that three-way Chevrolet lane. Gage is in, waiting on Jeff Serra to light that second light. They are set. Green light starts. Oh, Gage, look at the wop wop. You see that scoop moving back and forth. Jeff Serra, 007, 59 with the 2 on that 56 dial for the win as Gage missed the tree and broke out by 1 is Eric Reyes, Dustin Wirtz. This is pretty good. Dustin Farside for A1 Performance. Oakley Motorsports, 446. And Eric Reyes, race car, striper, letterer extraordinaire. Stickman over here at 476. Stickman Eric Reyes, 006 RED Dustin Wirtz, 45 with the 9 on that 46 dialing, 046 on the tree. Dan Lafferty, Don Sefton. Sefton far side. The Truck Town Dragster. 467 Don Sefton far side. Dynamite Dan Lafferty, 443 for the blasting dude out of Wendell, Idaho. Green light starts here. One of them was 003. Down there, top end, Don Sefton. Out by 3,000, 003 for the win. Loss. Wow. Come and get you some of that. So Tristan Craig in from Henderson, Nevada, 5'10", and Kyle Rizzoli on the Central California Gold Coast of San Luis Obispo. 469, Kyle Rizzoli, far side. Pre-stage is Kyle over there far side. Tristan's in. Neither one of them wanted to light that second light. Really, a burn down? There we go. Kyle Rizzoli's in. Tristan's going to have to be in or he's going to get tied. There we go. Light that second light. Couple of green lights there. Oh, they're 5,000 difference off that starting line down there, top end. Tristan Craig out by 8,000 for the win. He was 23 on the tree. Kyle Rizzoli out by 8,000 for the loss. He was 28 on the tree. By the way, a little bit of math. That was 5,000 at the stripe. There's Kyle Raposo and Colby Fuller. Colby coming back in his second entry. 462, Kyle Raposo. 470, Colby Fuller, far side. .011 left second down there, top end makes it work. Colby Fuller dead on 7, 011, 18 thousandths package. Kyle Raposo 008, 59 with a 5 on that 62 dialing. Breaking out. And I believe, yeah, Colby Fuller still has both entries in. Jason Truby. Eric Truby, Tanner Theobald. Attention to the pits and to the pits. Super Pro, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. Super Pro, if you're not in the lanes, you are late. Pro ET, need you to the lanes, please. Double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Single entries, 3 and 4. Pro ET, double entries, 1 and 2. Single entries, 3 and 4. Is Eric Truby driving the Joe Gieslick ride over here. And Tanner Theobald. Theobald Motorsports team car, St. George, Utah. Tanner over there far side, he's chasing 473. Eric Truby, 483. Four lights are lit on the top, and here we go. 010 on the tree. Tanner Theobald, 4772 on that 73 dial for the win. Eric B. missed the tree, out by 17 thou. Tanner, 010 and moving on. Michelle Watts, Parker Theobald. Parker coming up over there far side, three-way Chevrolet lane, 528. And Michelle Watts, Watts Racing. Team car, Michelle at 541. Be here at that Michelob Ultra lane. Pro ET winners, need you back to the lanes, please. Pro ET winners. Double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4. So Michelle at 41, Parker 528. They're set. Down there, top end, Michelle Watts, 002, 5427 on that 41 dial it for the win. Parker, 10 off, 38 with a 2 and 055. Trent Flores in his big car debut for the Dreamweaver team at 524 here in the Michelob Ultra lane. And Race Kid, I told you he was out earlier. That was one entry. He's double entered. The Assassin, who picked up $10,000 yesterday on Kid Performance Friday, trying to do it on K&M Filter Saturday, and $20,000. He's already got a pretty easy drive back to Idaho. Another 20 grand would make it really. Mark might even let him drive. Green light starts. Trent out front. Here comes the Assassin. Race Kid 005, 61 with the 1 on that 57 dial for the win. Trent 38 on the tree. Goes out 27 with the 2 on that 24 dial. Is Mark Barnhart. Gabe Torres, this pair. Gabe already up there, 463. Mark Barnhart, 460. For the team out of New Mexico here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Gabe left, Mark right, Mark 009, Mark Barnhart breaks out Gabe Torres. 029, dead on 6 for the win. Mark Barnhart was 009, breaking out by 14 thou. Super Pro Dragster, final call delays, please. Super Pro Dragster, no call delays, please. AJ Dessa in from Vegas far side at 436, and Colton Aragon out of Colorado, the Shorty Dragster, Colton at 474. Whoa, carrying them front wheels big time is KJ. Down there top end, Colton dead on 3-0-20 for the win. KJ skied them front wheels, 39 with a 4 on that 36-018. Heading to the trailer. That was awesome. Bring that by junior Steve White. Steve White 484, far side. Bobby Dye Jr., the Specialty Fasteners team car, 463, Bobby Dye. Getting down near the tail end of this round of Super Pro Dragster. Starting line advantage, Bobby Dye. Top end, Bobby Dye out by 9 thou for the win, 022. Steve White out by 4, Hund losing 031 is Marco Parabolaris and Katie Reyes. Ooh, this is a pretty good one. Katie over there driving for the Hubs. Eric standing out there, 474, Katie Reyes. Marco, 454 over here in that Michelob Vulture lane with Sister Lada out there doing the outstanding job that she always does. $5,000 difference in reaction time. Top end, Marco. Dead on 2-024 for the win. Katie was better at 019 at 2 over 7-6. And we will see Marco. Next round is Jera and Paul Dowdy. Paul Farside, 476. $1 Million Jeff in from Pennsylvania at 456. Another one of the Silver State Refrigeration Team's cars, and Shane Thompson. Our side is 478. Jeff at 456. Pro ET winners need you back to the lanes. Pro ET winners need you back to the lanes. Double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 011 left, 010 right. Jeff, Sarah, dead on 3, 010 on the tree, 13 thou. Go ahead and get under that, Paul. Paul was 11 on the tree and breaks out by 4, getting there first by 3. The bye run to Dustin Hedges this round. A Super Pro Dragster for $20,000 on K&N Saturday. Dustin goes 005 red. Dead on 8. Show off. Well, you can do that. Pro ET, you will be out next. Pro ET, you will be out next on K&N Filters Saturday. Jay Kasem going to be up next on K&N Filters Saturday.
Well, thanks, Mike. I appreciate it because you know what? I like being up next. I like it a lot. Mike making his way all the way over to the chair. Woo! Baby. All right, here we go. I mean, in lickety-split, we are over into the pro category. You know, Super Pro, you say, oh, you know, guys got electronics, this and that, so forth and so on. And, of course, you still got to hit that tree no matter what you've got in the car. What I'm really shocked about is the number of bottom ball racers that are out here hitting this tree and doing it as well as they can. Speaking about doing it as well as you can, as far as Friday's concerned, pretty sure Andy Schmall did it about as well as you can. Matter of fact, he was making it look easy, and here he is now, deep in the rounds here. He's alongside Dave Deming. So just about the time you spend a bunch of time saying, hey, you know what? This guy's really good. These guys are really good. Dave, 6:32, is going to leave first. 4/10 of a second later, Andy's going to take off. You think these guys ever raced each other before? From Idaho Falls versus Nampa. Beretta chasing down the Vega Nova. One of those. 6:30 on the 32 is a breakout for David. Andy runs through a 92 with a 4 on a 91. Gave him the brake pedal, which gave him the win light. Robert Crum, your current Division 7 champion in pro in this category, alongside Tony Marconi. Tony Marconi, 575 for the topless arrow. Robert Crum in the Nova dialed in at a 662. Robert breaks out by 0.04 of a second after putting up a beautiful 01 light. Well, that might have been your lucky one, Tony, but check this out. Tony runs dead on with a 0. I think Tony's double entered, and I'm pretty sure they just defended that one pretty well. Jonathan Fiello. Jonathan Fiello, 001 off the tree. Ends up going 564 on a 562, but after that beautiful 001 light, Dave Barcelone out of Truck Town, 67 Nova, goes under by 15 thou, and that was too much. Randy Stanley. Randy, 690 to dial in on that 75 Nova over here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Watches Brian Cam take off and go red. Brian goes red with a 03 red, then runs an 88 on an 88. Of course, you always run dead on if you're gonna go red, you're always gonna be dead on. 692 with a 5 for Randy. Here's Rick Reynolds. Rick driving the 66 Fairlane, 526 inches of serious big Ford under the hood, alongside Brandon Umberger. Brandon driving the Chevette. The Chevette's dialed in at a 567. Both cars plenty quick. off the line together at the 3:30 clocks. They were tied at the finish. The Umberger breaks out by less as he goes a 66 with an 8, breaking out by 2 thou. And Rick Reynolds goes a 58 with a 1, breaking out by 9 thou. And Brandon moves on to the next round. Sasha Hofer. Sasha doing a real good job on Friday's race. She did such a good job on Friday's race, they had to let her finish it on Saturday. Alongside Jeff Martin. Jeff Martin 6:30. Not a whole lot of space separating them on the tree. They get down to the finish line. Not a whole lot of space separating them down there either, like 0.08 of a second. Jeff Martin squeaks past Sasha Hofer with a 008 margin of victory. And 008 win. This thing was all green. There's no breakouts, no red lights, no nothing. That was a tough race right there. Dennis Paz normally drives an El Camino, but he's driving a Nova. 611's the dial on that car. That's pretty much what it ran all day yesterday. 598 to dial in for Tim O'More. Tim doing a real nice job also on Friday, so much so he had to come out Saturday as well. 598 to dial in for Tim. 611. Paz leaves first. Tim leaves right behind him. 4 thou separate him at the tree. Win light. 595 with a 0. Under by 3 is what Tim Moore wins with. 607 with an 8 on a 611. So breaking out by just a few thou more is Dennis Paz in a double breakout, and Tim moves on. Tim Moore goes 118.7 miles, or 71 miles an hour. Robert Bagley. Robert, the quality scaffolding, 74 Vega, small block for power. John Victorino, S10 pickup truck. Both cars pretty equally dialed. John goes under, and Robert Bagley, 61 with a 2 on a 59, takes the win. The difference in the lights, 5 thousandths on the tree. Next pair coming your way, Steve Kelly in that real good-looking Camaro. 623 the dial in on Steve Kelly's machine. 606 the dial in for Ryan Humar. Ryan been doing a lot of racing, but so far, a lot of good racing, but just so far hasn't been able to dip too deep into the money. But now's a good time to start when you're talking about $7,500 to win from K&N. I'd like to thank K&N very much for getting involved in this, the biggest net purse in the history of the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Double breakout, Ryan takes the win. He goes, or excuse me, breakout by Steve Kelly. Ryan takes the win with a good by 2, 608 at 107 miles an hour. Steve Kelly missed it by 3 thousandths. Here's Ron Nickel, the Hammer, driving that 64 Oldsmobile alongside Jay Greiner. Jay dialed a 673 against the 689 of Ron Nichols. So Ron's going to get to go first by just a wee tad. And then here comes the Pontiac-powered 74 Ventura coming to get him. Tree comes down, Jay goes red. Ron gets to run it to the other end, run it out and see what he's got. He goes 7 flat on a 689 at 95 miles an hour. So I'm not quite sure if he got to the brakes on that one or what he did, but either way, Ron Nickel takes the win. Ed Nyquett, Ed, the 05 Cavalier, alongside John Cajalvo. John, the 67 Camaro. 540, the number of cubic inches in that little bitty Camaro. That thing's gonna fly. 634, the dial-in against a 555 in that 05 Cavalier. John goes red. Ed goes to the next round. Ed runs it out to see what he's got, and he goes a 5.53 with an 8 on a 5.55. John's 007 red. Just a tad red, but that's a tad too much. Cliff Hall driving the 64 Falcon. That's the red machine that you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Alongside Curtis Zincinella. I'm sure I just messed that up again, Curtis, but I dig the car. Anyway, Curtis and his Roadrunner, the 69 Roadrunner, is a 5.95. So the Roadrunner is going to give a little over a half a second head start to the Falcon. Down for a split second here. We'll be right back to racing. No problem. Listen up. Listen up. If you're driving a door car in pro, well, I guess everybody's driving a door car in pro, but if you're in pro and you're not in the lanes, you're not where you're supposed to be. Pro cars, you should all be in the lanes and ready to go. So quick check at the top end of the track as we had a driver having a little equipment failure, and we want to make sure that none of that equipment ended up on the track. Looks like buzzing from one end to the other. Hey, is that an electric bike? Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Pro Door Cars, Super Pro Door Cars. This is your call. Double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Single entries, lanes 5 and 6. Again, Super Pro Door Cars, this is your call to the lanes. Okay, we've got them lit back off again. Curtis puts the Roadrunner in, 5.95. Going to give about a 0.6 of a second head start to that red Falcon. FalconParts.com, the sponsor on the Falcon. Everybody's green on this end, going for the finish line. Everybody's under on that end. In a double breakout, Curtis closer to the dial-in as he breaks out by 3 thou. Cliff Hall breaking out by a couple. And that was a couple way too many as Curtis takes the win. Starts that out with an 06 light and still salvages the victory. Henry Roberson driving the Team Bodie 84 Mustang GT alongside Glenn Workman. Glenn Workman's Camaro out with an 886 goes 890, and that's good for the win. Henry goes under as he runs a 23 with a 4 on a 25. So we've seen quite a few breakouts in this round as apparently the air is coming to us. As we continue on, Jeff LaSalle and C.W. Hofer. This one right here is worth the price of admission. The 67 Dodge RT, 644 the number on that machine. C.W. Hofer, 733. 87 Firebird gets to leave about a second ahead of time. Tree comes down, everybody's green, and this one's tight. Gonna go for the other end. Who's gonna win it? Winlight says C.W. Hofer, 635 on a, 735 on a 733, 647 on a 644. So CW gets there first. He got 19 thou off the tree, and that was just about what the stripe was at the other end. So nice little job there by C.W. Hofer, and he moves on to the next round. Shelby Williams, Shelby K&N Filter 67 Camaro, alongside Craig Merciless in the 79 Camaro. 79 Camaros dialed to 641. 67 Camaros dialed to 614. And if you're dyslexic, please never try this job at home. Big wheels up launch for Shelby Williams. When she comes down, she sees the wind light in her lane. Craig goes red by 5,000ths of a second, then runs dead on. That's no shock. Shelby, knowing she's got the round one, runs it out to see what it'll do, and it goes 613 with a 7 on a 614 at 111 miles an hour. Eric Schmidt, 72 Vega alongside the 67 Camaro. Steve Scherer, he's dialed 621, and he's going to get to go just ahead of Eric Schmidt's 607. Visalia versus Roseville. And this isn't, they could have raced this in their driveways at home, right? This was close. All right, so I'm getting a geography lesson. Didn't get a chance to tell everybody that 623 with an 8 on 621 and what Steve Scherer used to win the round. Eric Schmidt goes under by a little, about 11 thou. Unfortunate for him. He already lost that race in the lights at the start line, and then definitely at the lights at the finish line. Sasha Hofer, 730, alongside Jeff Jones. Jeff, this car is fast. 595 in the door car. Lucas Oil, K&N, Calvert, all sponsors on that machine. Sasha Hofer looking out the window and says, "Oh man!" Sasha goes red, or goes on, I should say, by 3,000ths. And Jeff Jones is a 96 with a 4 on a 95. As Sasha breaks out by 3,000ths. Lights were 12 thou apart, so that's a little teeny stripe that Sasha took, and she needed to take a little bit teenier. Brandon Umberg out of Grand Junction, Colorado, the bright green car you see over in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Gonna give a half-second head start, actually a little more than a half-second head start to Dave Barsone. Dave kind of stretched that head start out a little bit as he goes 1 thou off a perfect on the tree. Goes 635 with a 9 on a 631, but started that out with a 001 light. So the Washington racer from Trucktown is going to come back and do another pass. Brandon Umberg giving it a good try, goes 66 with a 3 on a 65. Even though closer to number, that 001 was pretty hard to defend against. Super Pro Door Cars, Super Pro Door Cars, you have been called. Super Pro Door Cars, you have been called. Andy Schmall, Fast Tracks, Wiring and Digital Delay, Beretta, trying to track down Randy Stanley. Stanley gets a full 1 second head start, but tried to, oh man, breaks out by 2,000 and gives Andy the win with a 592 on a 591. So here's Ryan. Generally speaking, we've been seeing Ryan over in the left lane. He's in the right lane on this pass. 606 to dial in for him. Stephanie Paz is 609 dial in. So I think I got this figured out now. Dennis is dialing 200ths of a second slower than Stephanie in the same car. I think we could figure out the difference in their weights if you were like really good at calculating this stuff. Stephanie and Ryan leaving the line. Green light. Gets to the finish line. Answer is Stephanie Paz. 6:13 with a 5 on a 6:09. Started that out with an 0:30 light. 6:09 with a 0 on the 6:06 for Ryan. And Stephanie moves on to the next round. Here's your single pass in pro. Tony Marconi is double entered and still in both cars. Tony 005 off the tree, then goes a 575 with a 3 on a 574. Doing a little bit of quick touch up and spray on the track and get it all ready to go. In the meantime, again, Super Pro door cars, double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Single entries, please return to lanes 5 and 6. Everybody should be in the lanes and ready to go, guys, as we're going to be calling you out in just a second. And as you can see, the crowds are getting smaller out there in the staging lanes, which means the money's getting closer. Again, we're doing a little on the track. This is only going to take a few moments. So if you are in Super Pro door cars, you should be in the lanes and ready to go. Looks like I've got 4 doubles left and about maybe 20 or so. Mike just said 4 doubles is 8, and you are absolutely right. I dig this guy. I really do. It's been a while since we've had a chance to work together, and I'm just telling you, I admire this guy more by the minute than you've ever seen. I mean, by the minute, my admiration just swells. I think it's just about time to go here as we are Pearson Deming, a Kid Performance Machine. They've changed the motors overnight, I guess, because now it says 385 instead of 685 for cubes. Ricky dialed a 534. It's kind of interesting. That's the number he ran, I think, in the last pass. We saw a bunch of cars in pro running a lot quicker than they had been. So not quite sure if the airs come in, tailwind. There's only about 20 different things that can possibly change your dial. And you only got to calculate them all. So Pearson out of Nampa, Idaho, 648 to dial in on that machine, 534 for that very fast Aerospace Components Corvette. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Dragsters, this is your call. Dragsters, this is your call. Lanes 1 and 2 for double entries, 3 and 4 for non-double entries. Speaking of 4, how about 004 for Pearson Deming? Pearson goes 004, then runs a 47 with a 6, so 4th thou. That's an 8th thou pack, Mike. Or unless you go 1 negative, 1 positive, then it's a 000, which is about what it would have taken to figure him out. Ricky doing a nice job. Unfortunately goes under by about 200 and change, and unfortunately for him, that's the end of his day. Pearson Deming moves on to the next round. Wes Anderson, 27 Roadster. Going to take the win automatically as Rodney in the drop top Corvette goes red by 6 thou. Wes moves on to the next round. 27 Ford runs through with a 538 at 126 miles an hour. Knowing he went red, he got to run it out, and he actually ran a little slower than what he had dialed. And the hits keep coming. Johnson, 69 Camaro. This is a good-looking machine. 597, runs very nicely as well. Dave Beckwith with the 64 Chevy 2. That's the blue machine you see in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Wheels up launch, both sides of the track. Heading for the finish line. Finish line lights come up and say, Dave Beckwith, congratulations, a 49 on a 49 with a nice 02 light. Taking out Chris Johnson, who also had an 02 light, goes a 95 with a 7 on a 97. So picking up just a little bit and a little bit too much. Dave Beckwith moves on to the next round. Robert Butler in the 73 Camaro. Alongside the County Motor Parts machine. Oh, baby. Red light automatically giving Robert Butler the win. Robert off the line with an 02, runs a 61 with a 5 on a 61. Next pair coming your way. These guys are not fooling around. Dragsters, speaking of not fooling around, Dragsters, you guys should be in the lanes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Dragsters, this is it. We need lots of dragsters. Double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Single entries, lanes 3 and 4. Stan Deming, 606 to dial on that 71 Vega alongside Dennis Paz. Dennis borrowed a different car. I think he's still in 2 different cars. Not quite sure. But either way, he's got 2 cars. Oh, baby, lots of good racing going on here. In a double breakout affair, Dennis Paz takes the win as he goes a 43 with an 8 on a 44, breaking out by 2 thou after a 001 light. Stan Deming goes 605 after an 02 light. So he misses it by 5, Dennis misses it by 2, and Dennis gets the win light. Shane Thompson, the 67 Nova in the three-way Chevrolet side, along dialed 484 alongside Carl Hagen. Carl, the 2000 Avenger, looking for a 512, goes 511 with a 1, and that's closer to the 2. And again, another double breakout. Are you listening, guys, to all these double breakouts? And Carl moves on to the next round. Shane Thompson goes under by 12 thou. And that doesn't do it when Carl goes under by 9 thou. Steve Williams driving the 2010 Pontiac, small block powered, K&N Filters. By the way, today is presented by K&N Filters. Jeff Boussard out of Novato. The 98 Sonoma. Everybody's taking their time putting them in. Nice and easy. All right. It's a dead tie on this end. What's it do on the other end? Answer is Jeff Boussard, 596 with a 2 on a 593. Steve going to 67 with a 1. This one was tight. Down at the other end, everybody's good. So the stripe taken down at the other end, 0.009. So if you can't be below, definitely take double O. Super Pro Dragsters, Super Pro Dragsters. Double entries to lanes 1 and 2. Single entries, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragsters, this is your call to the lanes. So one more time, Super Pro Dragster, we're looking for you guys. We got a couple more Super Pro door cars left before we finish it up and move into Dragsters. So Dragsters, you guys should be in the lanes and ready to go. And why would you not be ready to go when you got $20,000 up for grabs? $20,000 up for grabs tonight. Somebody's going to get a big check. Matter of fact, the ink on the check, when you write one for 20 grand, the ink weighs so much you could tell the difference. So again, we just getting a little organization going here, and we'll be ready to go in just a second. Also, while it's quiet, I remind everybody that we've got chapel service tomorrow at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. right on the start line. Well, start line grandstands, but so line up with the start line. Sit in the grandstands. And we'll have the RFC chapel service starting at 7 a.m. Final call, Super Pro door car. If you're not in the lanes, you're missing. And I got news for you. You're going to miss it here shortly because we've only got just a few cars left in the lane. So Super Pro door cars, if you are not in the lane, and you are still due a pass. You need to get there now. And while we're calling Super Pro dragsters, you guys are needed as well. Super Pro dragsters, double entries to lanes 1 and 2. Single entries to lanes 3 and 4. Rodney Snyder, all the way out from Grand Junction, Colorado. He doesn't get the long distance award. Matter of fact, he might be. Matter of fact, there might be about 20 people on the grounds here that might have been from a little farther away. Brian McCullough out of Petaluma. He's not definitely one of the distance travelers for sure. 526 for Rodney in the 63 Corvette. That good-looking 67 Camaro. Brian McCullough, 676. Going to get a 2.5 head start on the Corvette. In the lights, it's going to be tight. Wind light goes over to Brian McCullough. Brian, an 0-2 off the tree. Rodney gave him 100th to deal with there. Then he runs a 76 with a 7, and that's all he needed to take the win light. Rodney runs 2 off the numbers. He runs a 5.28 on his 26 at 126 miles an hour. Byron might have even got a chance to tap the brakes just a little bit as he goes a 76 with a 7. So another guy running basically dead on. Andrew Olson, 584, the dial in on the 1970 Camaro, the EFI Expert car, alongside Dave Beckwith. David, driving the 64 Chevy 2, has been doing a great job with that car. 550 to dial in for the Chevy 2, and goes red. So, you know, you brag about him. Next thing you know. Looking for an 84. Andrew goes an 83 with a 9 after a 002 light. Mike, that's a 3,000 package right there. That's some serious biz. Mike got his fingers out and counted all that too. He's fast. Okay, this time we paired them by age. These guys get it, hang out for a while. Check this out. Oh, man. Bill goes perfect. Trip zip on the tree. Runs it down the other end. Goes 490 with a 7 on an 88. Good for the win. Forcing the breakout on the other side. Tim Kohler with an 04 light reaction time. Normally considered pretty good. Unfortunately, breaks it out on his way down the track. He runs a 32 with an 8. Yeah, the kids, they'll never learn. Tim Wirtz driving the 63 Corvette in the three-way Chevrolet lane. Dialed 512. Alongside a 560 dial in, a Jonathan Fiello. Jonathan driving the burgundy-colored 71 Nova. This guy can play. Both these guys can play. Tim didn't come down here to give the money away, that's for sure. Side by side at the 3:30 clocks. Both cars run hard on the top. John Fiello. John goes a 61 on a 60. Good for the win. Tim Wirtz goes under by 4 thousandths. Robert Butler, 73 Camaro, 565 cubic inches of big block, alongside Pearson Deming. Pearson driving the 77 Nova Kid performance car. So right there, Mike, it says 600. They changed engines during the round. 685 cubic inches. That is a big motor for Grandma's car. Yeah, the Super Pro. He's got 300 more cubes. Excellent lights both sides of the track. Who's going to put the wind light on? That's the real question. The wind light goes to Robert Butler. Robert Butler goes 62 with an 8 on a 62. He gave away 17th thou on the tree. Oh my, but then runs dead on and puts on the wind light. Pearson goes under by 1 after an 0-1 light. Dustin Wirtz, 4:45 to dial in for that machine. That is plenty fast alongside Brian Watts. Hey, look who's here. Mike English is back to tell you all about it.
Dustin Wirtz over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane, 4:45, chasing Brian Watts. 4:49 for Brian over here. By the way, thank you, Jay. Great job. Red light start, Brian Watts, 005 RED. Dustin Wirtz moving on. 0-1 over, 46 with a 4. Moving to the next round is Colton Aragon and Steve Shear. Sheer far side, 474. Colton in from Colorado, 474, both cars. Pre-stage is Colton. Pre-stage is Steve Shear. Clean green, one of them missed the tree big time down there, top end. Colton Aragon, 023, 1 over 75 with a 5. Steven Shear was 3 over, but missed the tree big time. Dale Torres, Colby Fuller. Colby Farside in from Georgia, 470 Colby Fuller, 531 Dale Torres here in that Michelob Ultra lane. From motored small block dragster, Dale. Colby Fuller, stunning. Big block rear engine dragster. There's only a gazillion of them here. Dale Torres lights that second light. Colby Fuller lights that second light. Green light starts. 6 thou difference down there, top end. Dale Torres, 020, 1 over 32 with a 2 for the win. Colby Fuller coming on big time, speed-wise. 68 with an 8, breaking out on that 70 dial-in is Michelle Watts, Gabe Torres. Michelle Watts Racing Team car, far side. 543 in from Washington, getting the head start, and Gabe Torres. Gabe over here at 475 for another one that Torres rides. Gabe Torres lights that second light. Michelle White lights that second light. Green light starts. Michelle out there. Gabe coming on big time. Top end, it's Gabe Torres. Out by 3, 033 for the win. Michelle out by 6, 049 for the loss. David Meyer. Tanner Theobald, 473. David Meyer, 481. David over here. The Division 7 Super Pro champion is David Meyer. And Tanner Theobald chasing him. Itty bitty little head start going to David Meyer. Green light starts again. Down there, top end, that wind line says Tanner Theobald, 018, dead on 9 for the win. David Meyer, 027, out by 2 thousandths of a second is David Meyer. Tanner moving on is Jeff Serra, Nick Cobb. Nick Farside, my neighbor in Wildemar for Mickey Thompson Tires, 464, Nick Cobb. Jeff Serra in from Pennsylvania. Driving for Shane Thompson, Silver State Refrigeration, 456, Jeff Serra. Clean green top end, Jeff Serra. 006, a 1 over 57 with a 7 for the win. Nick Cobb, 40 on the tree. Broke out by 6 thou is Don Sefton, Marco Parabolaris. Sefton Farside, the Truck Town Team Machine. Even got the boss man, Dave Barcelone, in the house. 466, Don Sefton. 454, Marco Parabolaris. Both in. Red light start, Marco by 5 thou. Don Sefton, 013, too quick by 2 thou. Moving to the next round. Tristan Craig, Tyler Meyer. Tyler Farside, Sandy, Utah. And Tristan Craig in from Henderson, Nevada. Tristan be here. Get the head start at 5:10. Tyler Farside, 4-6-2, Tyler. Tristan with the head start on that 5:10 dial. Tyler Myra chasing. 462 the dial. Down there, top end, one of them was perfect. And how about that? 4,000s package, Tristan Craig. Perfect reaction time, dead on 4. You get under that, well, Tyler was mathematically eliminated with an 052 reaction time. KJ Dessa, Race Kid, the assassin. Far side at 458, and KJ Dessa, 480. So KJ getting a head start here in the LAT Racing Oils. Team and Race, the assassin, chasing him. Top end, how about that KJ Dessa? 008, dead on 2 for a 10,000s package. Race was 14. It got down there, broke out by 14 thou. It's Bobby Dye Jr., got Mom Kathy in the house, and Dustin Hedges. Dustin Farside in from Washington, 475. Bobby Dye Jr., the Specialty Fasteners Team Machine, 462, Bobby Dye. Difference in reaction time, 9 thou. Win like Bobby Dye. Bobby 0-1, with a 2 on that 62 one over for the win. Dustin 30 and breaking out by 1. Colton Aragon, Michelob Ultra Lane, and Colby Fuller in from Georgia, three-way Chevrolet lane. Colby 470, Colton 474. Final call, Super Pro Dragster. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Final call, Super Pro Dragster. All right, attention to pits, attention to pits. Pro ET, I'll get to you in a second. Red light start, Colton by 1, stinking thousandths of a second. Colby shuts it off at 498.4, 110, 21 on the tree. And Colton, 001 RED, and like always, dead on 8. Going to the trailer. Pro ET, double entries, lanes 1 and 2. Single entries, lane 3 and 4. Need you back to the lanes. Pro ET, double entries, 1 and 2, single entries, 3 and 4, back to the lanes. Dustin Wirtz in from Idaho, far side 445, and Jeff Serra with the Silver State Refrigeration Team, 456, Jeff Serra. Kanan Saturday with $20,000 to win in Super Pro. If you are still in Super Pro, you need to be in the lanes now. So Jeff Serra rolls up, Shane Thompson, Team Machine. Dustin Wirtz over there, far side. Well, both of them pre-staged. There we go. Dustin's in, waiting on Jeff. .006, Jeff Sarah, 4599. Jeff Sarah on that 456 dial for the win. Dustin was 20 on the tree and goes out at a 449.6 on that 445 dial. So Jeff Sarah continues that march in the Silver State Refrigeration Team Machine. Marco Parabolaris coming up over there in the three-way Chevrolet lane at 453. Chasing Gabe Torres. 462. Gabe Torres here in that Michelob Ultra lane. Pre-stage Gabe Torres. Marco rolls up there. Move to the next round on K&N Saturday for $20,000 to win. Green light starts. Marco at 005 over there left side, out by 1 for the win. Gabe goes out by 2 for, actually Gabe goes out by 13,000. Marco out by 10,000. Marco was 005. Gabe was 018. And Marco moving on in Super Pro K&N Saturday for $20,000. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro ET winners, need you back in the lanes, please. Pro ET winners, need you back in the lanes, please. Final car, Super Pro Dragster, Tanner Theobald. Theobald Motorsports team car, 473 Double T. A bye run to the next round in Super Pro K&N Saturday. We could talk all about this run, but we're just going to watch Tanner hit the tree. 043 on the tree. 4705 on that 473 dial-in. Well, that's what they got shoe polish for. It's cooling down, so dial accordingly. Did I mention that it's going to be fast? It's going to get faster as the day goes on. Pro ET, Andy Schmall in from Idaho. $591 for Kid Performance Friday's winner for $5,000. And Dave Barcelone, the Truck Town Missile Nova. Pre-stage, Dave lights that second light. Andy Schmall's in. Couple of green light starts here. That show quality Nova tried to take out that Brennan down there. Andy Schmall for the win. Dave Barcelone going out 34 with a 4. That's 2 over. 044 is Tony Marconi, Glenn Workman. Watch this, baby. Glenn Workman, 888.9 in the Camaro, going to get the head start over Tony Marconi's wheel stand and drop top arrow at 574. Green light starts. That Camaro out there. Tony Marconi going to have to hustle down there top end. Glenn Workman goes 022, dead on 6. It takes out Tony Marconi's 1 over 74 with a 5.037. Robert Bagley, Brandon Umberger, Brandon Farside. That's that chick magnet. The Chevette at 565. Chasing the Vega, Robert Bagley, 759 RB in their Michelob Ultra lane. Robert rolls up and lights both lights. Brandon wheeling that Chevette in, and I'm going with the green car in this pair. Green light starts. 5, thousandths of a second different down there top end. Robert Bagley dead on 2. 021 takes out Brandon Umberger's dead on 8. 026. How about that, baby? Man, Shelby Williams, Ryan Homard. Ryan, the old geezer in this one, he's 25 in the KV Racing Nova 607 far side. And Shelby Williams, 19 years old, the K&N Filters Camaro 614 Shelby. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Super Pro door car winners. Double entries 1 and 2, single entries 5 and 6. Super Pro door car is Shelby's pre-stage, the battle of the white cars. 607 Ryan, 614 Shelby. Going to be a Kodak moment here. Told you. Shelby 11 off that starting line. Shelby 6-16-4 on that 614 dial into 011 for the win. Ryan missed it, breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second is Randy Stanley and C.W. Hofer. Randy Farside 689 with the Nova. C-Dub, the Bird at 733. Green light starts. C-Dub, the big-time players with a head start. Here comes Randy down there top end. C.W. Hofer. 3 over 736.9 on that 33 dial and 011 for the win. Randy, 31 on the tree and 92 with the 1 on the 89. Heading to the trailer is Steven Shear and Stephanie Paz. Miss Steph far side, 610. The Paz Performance Nova. Chasing Steven Shear, 621 for the Camaro. Super Pro door cars, need you back, please. Double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4. Steven Shear, pre-stage, waiting on Miss Stephanie over there. The Paz Performance Team Machine. Green light starts again. Down there, top end, that win light says Steven Shear. 014, 2 over 23 with 0. Takes out Stephanie's 040, dead on 9. Tim O'More and Jeffrey Martin. Dotson for Jeffrey, 628, getting the head start. Tim O'More in from AZ, 597 on the Camaro. Pre-stage, Jeffrey Martin. He's in, waiting on Tim O'More tonight, that second light. Move to the next round. Pro ET. Green light starts. They are 1 thou difference in reaction time, top end. Jeffrey Martin goes dead on 8. 022 for the win. Tim O'More, 98 with a 4 on that 97 dial-in. That was 7 thou. At the finish line to Jeffrey Martin in that team out of La Mesa. Ron Nickel, the Hammer, and Jeff Jones. Hammer, 690 in the Olds. Jeff Jones, 595 in the Nova. Ron Nickel lights that second light. Jeff Jones is in. Down there, top end, Jeff Jones, 1 over 96 with a 1 by 3 thou. Ron Hammer got down there, broke out by 16 thou. Jeff was better in reaction time and made the Hammer pay for it at the finish line. Zed Nakat and Andy Schmall. Andy Schmall, 591. The Beretta far side. Ed Nakat, Lake Havasu, the Cavalier, 553. Andy looking double up. Remember, he was Friday's winner on Kid Performance Friday. Down there at the finish line, Ed Nakat. How about Ed? 0-10, 2 over, 5.55.0. Takes out Andy Schmall's 0-46, 1 over, 92 with a 2. Ed moving to the next round with the Cavalier on K&N Saturday and Pro ET. Curtis Insoletta. Roadrunner far side at 595, racing his Arizona neighbor, Tony Marconi for Arizona Differentialist. The Arrow, which by the way is a 440 Mopar under the hood, at 575. Tony here in the Michelob Ultra lane. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Super Pro Dragsters. Double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4. Super Pro Dragster. Double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4. Pre-stage is Curtis and that big old Roadrunner. Waiting on his neighbor Tony. Red light start, Tony Marconi by 4 thousandths. Curtis 36 on the tree. Curtis goes dead on 1. The Roadrunners moving on is Jonathan Fiello. The 71 Nova, the K&N Filters. Team car, 561 for Jonathan. Super Pro door cars, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro door cars, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro Dragsters, double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4. Jonathan is 005 on the tree. 558.6, 1, 2, 3, Jonathan Fiello. So again, Super Pro door cars, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro door cars, you should be in the lanes. Super Pro Dragsters, double entries 1 and 2, single entries 3 and 4. As Robert Butler and Andrew Olson. Super Pro door cars move up. Jay Kasem, I'll just say moves in.
Thank you very much, Mike. Jonathan Fiello, last odd lot single, and then brings us into Super Pro door cars. which also includes roadsters and sitch. Robert Butler driving the 73 Camaro. That 73 Camaro, powered by 565 cubic inches of big motor, is going to waste about 0.2 of a second while Andrew Olson takes his 1970 Camaro with a 584 dial in down the Michelob Ultra lane. Excellent lights both sides of the track, which is pretty much the norm anymore. And a double breakout situation. 560 with a 4 on a 61 gives Robert Butler the win. He started that out with a 005 light. The 012 light for Andrew, normally that's a winner. Unfortunately for him, he breaks out by about 6 thou more. 6 thou more than he could afford to. Man. Dave Beckwith out of Rancho Cucamonga, the 1964 Chevy 2 in the three-way Chevrolet lane. 548. Generally, when you're speaking about door cars, 548 is usually the quick end of the field, but not this time. Carl Hagen's 565 cubic inch Mopar powered 2000 Avenger. 510 is his dial. Tree comes down, and it comes down red for Dave Beckwith. Beckwith is out based on the red light. Carl Hagen, 513 on a 510, but he goes off the tree with a 004. 4th thou, the green light, and that's good for the win. Wes Anderson, a 538 dial in his 27 Ford Roadster alongside the real pretty 67 Camaro of Brian McCullough. Brian, 675, going to be leaving first. Getting down the other side, the reason I'm choking over this is 001 loses to an 014, so 13th thou better on the tree, but unfortunately for him, a 44 with a 5, a 37 with a 6. So a 14th, here I am doing the math, a 14th thou breakout for Wes Anderson, the lesser of the two breakouts, and gets the win. So broke out by 4th thou as compared to breaking out by 8th thou. Man, it just is incredible what these guys are doing with these cars. Speaking of incredible, Pearson Deming alongside Dennis Paz. Dennis driving the bright green Nova. You know, we had racers in need basically weekend, guys looking for stuff, fuel pumps, a water pump motor, whatever they might be looking for. Dennis was pretty simple about it. Racer in need, I need a car. Well, I'll tell you what, when you've got Dennis's kind of reputation, somebody will find you something to drive, no doubt about it. 643 the dial in for Dennis. Pearson Deming, oh baby. Dennis goes red by 5 thou. Pearson Deming in 02 off the tree. Runs for the other end. He goes 647 with a 5 on a 647. And, of course, Dennis, if you go red, you always go dead on. So 643 on a 643 for Dennis, of course, is no help after turning on the red light. Okay, a little bit of downtime as we are getting everything organized here. Again, if you're double entered, please, as we get into these later rounds, if you've had the skill and luck necessary to make your way and still be double entered as we get into these later rounds, please understand we're going to need you back basically right away, because there's not a lot of cars out there. I do making a charge towards the lanes right now. Hopefully that's the one we're looking for. Well, we're looking as we get a little bit closer to finishing this out. K&N presenting the $20,000 Saturday. That's the largest set purse, I should say, in the history of the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic bracket race ever. And you see there's still quite a few participants in, so we do need everybody be ready to go when you're called. Please be ready to go when you're called. We're missing one car right now to finish out this field. So if you would, sir, please come to the lane. Jeff Boussard, 98 pickup truck, 595 the doc, alongside Jonathan Fiello. Jonathan, the 71 Nova, 560. Looking to get a little bit, give a little bit, I should say. 35 hundredths of a second head start over to Jeff Boussard. So pickup truck's going to leave first. Jonathan's coming right after. Excellent lights both sides of the track at the finish line. Answer is Jonathan Thiello. Jonathan, a 560 on a 560, and started that out with an 013 light. So basically packages himself up a 22, and it was an 025 light for Jeff. So he didn't know his fate, but anyone who saw the reaction times would have already known his fate. Jeff doing a nice job with it. He goes a 596 with a 14 over, but gave away 12 on the tree, and that was 12 he couldn't afford to. As it works out, Jonathan Thiello dead on with a 9 after an 013 light. That looks like somebody who is geared up to play for the rest of the day. All righty. Hey, looks like Mike's back. Mike, what's going on, big guy?
Super Pro continuing on, a little door car dragster matchup. That's the way it fell. With prime time Jeff Serra, Ray Thurston, you ought to be paying attention to this real close, as I know you are. 450 Jeff Serra coming back in Shane Thompson's ride, and Robert Butler, the Camaro at 561. Now Robert gets an opportunity for that Alan Hofer award. Of course, Alan, as we said, loves to beat up on dragsters. When he was still with us, had that Camaro. The best winning package, door car versus a dragster, gets a free entry into one of the West Coast races, bracket races next year. 450 Jeff, 561 Robert Butler. Of course, that package has to be a winning package. Pre-stage. Head start going to that Camaro. $1 Million Jeff doing the chasing. Couple of green lights there. Oh, man, one of them was 003, and it's at Jeff Serra. Jeff Serra, 003, 51 with a 9 to be 1 over. Robert Butler, 42 on the tree, and a 1 over, 62 with a 3. Wasn't enough. $1 Million Jeff moving on is Tanner Theobald and Colton Aragon. Colton in from Colorado, 475 here in the Michelob Ultra Lane. And Tanner Theobald, the Theobald Motorsports Team Machine. Tanner over there in the far side, three-way Chevrolet lane. Colton all in. Here comes Tanner. Ready, set, go. 3,000 difference down there. Top end, that wind light says. Tanner Theobald, 021. 73 with a 7. 1 over that 72 dial. Colton, 018. Got down there and took a little too much stripe. 72 with a 5 on that 75 dial. And Tanner moving on. It's Marco Parabolaris. Don Sefton, the Truck Town ride over there, Don Sefton, 465, getting a head start over Marco Parabolaris, 453, Marco, Michelob Ultra Lane. Pro ET ladder round, need you back to the lanes, please. Pro ET ladder round, need you back to the lanes, please. Pull off to the side. We'll get you paired up back there. They're in, set. Here we go. Marco, Don. 007 left second down there, top end. Marco is perfect in reaction time. 1 over 54 with a 4. Don Sefton was 007, 66 with a 1, which is 1 over. 4 thousandths of a second. That wind light coming on in Barabalaris' lane. Pro ET winners, back to the lanes, please, on K&N Saturday. Pro ET winners, back to the lanes, please. Dustin Wirtz in from Idaho, 445, and KJ Dessa. The LAT Oils team car, KJ, getting a head start at 480. Double 04 KJ. Win like KJ. K1 with a 3, 1 over that 480 dial in 004. Dustin 20 on the tree, 1 over 465. KJ coming back again as Bobby Dye rolls up here in that Specialty Fasteners team bride. Got mom and dad, Bob Sr., Kathy in the house, and Tristan Craig in from Las Vegas, a big-time player for Southern Nevada Motorsports. Tristan at 5'10". Bobby Dye, 462. Ray Thurston, more than you think. I'm giving you more credit than I should. So Tristan Craig, 5'10", with a head start. Bobby Dye Jr., 462, doing the chasing. Bobby Dye's in, waiting on Tristan Craig. Rack time difference, 1,000. Down there, top end. Tristan Craig by 5 thousandths of a second. 12 on the tree. 1 over 11 with a 1. Bobby Dye, 13 on the tree. 63 with a 5. 1 over 5 thousandths of a second. It's a stripe down there to Tristan Craig is Dale Torres and Gabe Torres. Gabe Farside, 472, chasing Dale Torres, 531 for the front-motored small block dragster. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Pro ET winners on K&N 7500 Saturday. Deal lanes for your ladder pairing. Green light starts. Gabe starts to make that move. That front motor dragster out there. Dale Torres, 008, dead on 9 for the win. Gabe was 23, got down there and broke out by 5,000, getting there second. And the front motor dragster coming back again. Pro ET winners, need you to lanes for your pairings, please. Pro ET winners, need you to lanes for your pairings, please. On K&N Saturday here, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Jeff Serra, Colby Fuller. Wow. Jeff in from Pennsylvania for Shane Thompson and Silver State Refrigeration. Being the Michelob Ultra Lane and his East Coast neighbor, Colby Fuller, in from Georgia. Jeff in from Pennsylvania. 470, Colby Fuller, far side. 456, Jeff Serra over here. K&N Saturday for $20,000. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Colby Fuller pre-stage. Here comes Jeff Serra. Come all the way across the country to get paired up this round. Super Pro, K&N Saturday. In set, here we go. One of them missed the tree big time and gonna pay. Colby Fuller, 011, 72 with a 1 on that 70, dialing for the win. Jeff was 2 over 58 with a 2, but missed the tree big time. And Colby Fuller coming back is Pro ET. Need you in the lanes for your pairings, please. Pro ET. Need you in the lanes for your pairings, please. We go wrapping up this round of Super Pro on K&N Saturday with Bill Botello. 488 getting the head start over Tanner Theobald. And a chance to be in the running for that Alan Hofer Memorial Award. Bill Botello gets the scoreboard. Don't forget the best winning package throughout the weekend. Dragster versus Dorcar gets a free entry into a West Coast Classic race in 2023. The Seas Candy Grand Am, 488, and Tanner Theobald, a racing Theobald family out of Utah, 472. Wow, 2,000 difference in reaction time. Bill Botello, 008, dead on 5 for the win. Tanner was 006 and a 2 over 74 with a 1. Bill Botello, 008, dead on 5. I'll do the math for you. That's a 13,000 package. The door car coming back. And that, I think that's the leader in the clubhouse for the Alan Hofer Memorial Award. A door car. It's Alan used to love to take out the dragsters. Jonathan Fiello, need you the lanes as soon as you can, please. Jonathan Fiello, need you the lanes as soon as you can, please, brother. Oh, I love it when Jonathan listens to me. That doesn't happen very often. K&N Saturday Pro ET for 7,500. Jeffrey Martin. Jeffrey in the Datsun. 628. Getting a head start over Steven Shear. Rizzoli Mobile. Steven at 621. The former Division 7 champion in a long car. Pre-stage, both drivers. Jeffrey Martin. Martin into the dots and waiting on Steven Shear to light that second light. Green light starts, wheels up, launch that Camaro, moved around a little bit down there. Top end, Steven Shear, 0-11, 24 with a 1 on that 21 dial-up for the win. Jeffrey left 3 on 4 on the starting line and a 1 over 29 with a 3 and does not light it up down there. So Steven Shear moving to the next round is Ed Niquette. A no. Glenn Workman. Super Pro winners, need you back to the lanes, please. Super Pro winners, need you back to the lanes, please. Robert Begley jumping into Craig Merrillis' cars. Apparently, he had problems with his ride. And Glenn Workman. Glenn dialed it in that 70 Camaro at trip 8. Robert Bagley at 6. 43 and Chris's car. Red light start, Glenn Workman, automatic W, Robert Bagley. Robert Bagley, 0-44, 649, 8 on that 43 dial in, moving to the next round. Super Pro winners need you to the back of the lanes in 7 and 8 where we can get you the ladder. Super Pro winners, that's everybody. As Curtis Zinsaletta, the Roadrunner at 595, chasing Shelby Williams. The K&N Filters Camaro, Shelby at 614. Shelby in next for the baddest babe. Memory of Val Homard. Green light starts here. Curtis going to have to hustle down there. Shelby Williams, 15 with a 7, 1 over 068 for the win. Curtis, 96 with a 2, 1 over on that 95 Island 077. 4 thou at the stripe to Shelby Williams. As C.W. Hofer, Andy Schmall, wow. Big time. Andy Farside. That's your kid performance winner for $5,000 on Friday, taking on C.W. Hofer. Couple of big-time players. C-Dub, 734 in the Bird. Andy Schmall, 590 in the Beretta. Both of them pre-staged. They light the second lights together. Clean green, I'm going to tell you, they are a thou difference in reaction time. Down the top end, C.W. Hofer, 35 with a 5, 1 over 027. Andy Schmall was 026, got down there and broke out by 4 thousandths of a second. C-Dub moving on. Jonathan Fiello, Jeff Jones. Hey, Novas, get your Novas. Jeff Jones, far side, 594, getting the head start. Jonathan Fiello, 558, the K&N team car. Red light start, Jeff Jones by 16 thou. Jonathan 013, 557, 2, 1, 2, 3. Jonathan Fiello moving on. Super Pro winners need you to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. Super Pro winners need you to the back of the lanes for pairings, please. Super Pro winners for pairing, please. Super Pro winners, need you in the lanes for pairings, please. Okay. If you guys don't get up here, Jay says I got to start singing. Ray Thurston just disconnected his internet. Yeah. Tossed his computer out in the middle of the street. Ray Thurston, tell your mom thank you very much, but that's not going to happen. I appreciate her. Sandy Thurston's always been great to me, but nope. Retired at the end of 2018 from the tour, Ray and Sandy. That ain't happening. My recliner misses me. Nobody else in the house does other than my cat, but thank you. Ray Thurston and I, Ray lives on the East Coast. We got together in Norwalk, Ohio. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Tristan Craig, need you in the lanes, please. And Jeff Sarah, need you in the lanes, please.
Hey, would you like to take $20,000 worth of money home with you tonight? There's a way to do it. First thing you need to do is you need to get down there and get paired up for the next round. And then whoever they pair you up with, you got to put them on the trailer. Then they're going to pair you up with somebody else, and you got to put them on the trailer. And then they're going to pair you with somebody else, and when you put them on the trailer, then you get the 20 grand. That's kind of the way this works. So it actually starts with coming to the lanes and getting paired. So please, guys, we're looking for pairings. We got a few cars that we're still missing. So everybody, please return to the lanes. All of you Super Pro cars, come to the lanes. Last round of Pro was awesome. Now there's going to be 3 sets of cars coming back. So 6 cars. You want to talk about one that's going to have to really count. You want to make the next one count because that's who's going to get the single to the bye in Pro. And that person's going to collect $7,500 who wins that round in the final round of Pro. And again, a big thanks goes out to K&N. K&N, longtime supporter of drag racing, period. Much less, of course, great supporter of the Silver State West Coast Classic. So, again, big thanks. It's Saturday night, and we're trying to get in without going under the lights. So please, guys, please make your way to lanes as quickly as you can, as we do plan to finish this before God turns out the lights tonight. So please come to the lanes as quick as you can. Robert Bagley, please come to the tower. Robert Bagley, please come to the tower immediately and see Chris. All right, looks like we've got the Super Pro contestants making their way to the front of the staging lanes. Six pairs and one single. Robert Bagley, please come to the base of the tower immediately. Robert Bagley, please come to the base of the tower immediately. Don't forget, chapel service by Racers for Christ will be in the start line grandstands at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Glenn Workman. Glenn Workman. Stand by. A little bit of rubbing on the track. I hear race cars. That means fun, because race cars are fun, especially race cars that are getting ready to win a bunch of money, or even a bunch more fun. All right, here we go. Super Pro, we're in the ladder. We're in the money. We're in the ladder. All right. If you want to cash, this is where you're going to have to get real tough. Speaking of tough, here's a tough pair right here. Wes Anderson, 27 T-Bucket. It's not really a T-Bucket. It's kind of more of a roadster. Alongside Carl Hagen. Carl, 5'10", going to give almost a 0.3 of a second head start. Fourth thou separate them on this end. What separates them on the other end? A fourth thou breakout separates them on the other end. 5'10" with a 9 after a 17 light. And Carl Hagen moves on to the next round. Next pair coming your way. Tanner Theobald. Tanner Theobald, 472, the dial-in on the dragster that's over in the three-way Chevrolet side. Jeff Serra making the trip from Pennsylvania and going to make the trip count. You got to put on a couple more wind lights to do that, big guy. 56. So 0.2 of a second roughly head start for Tanner. Spectacular lights on this end. What do we got in the finish lights? In the finish lights, 456 on 56. Jeff Serra together a 13 thou package. So Tanner line with a 14 thou light. Does as little as he can to possibly not break out, but breaks out by about 19 thou. Marco, 453. This is probably the fastest and slowest car combination that's left in the competition. Pearson Deming driving, I mean, this could be your mama's car. This thing with vinyl top and all. He's over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, 646. 2 seconds later, Marco's going to come out after him. The Pinella Hoosier CRE sponsored dragster out of Novato. Pro winners, back to the lanes, please. Pro winners, back to the lanes. You get your ladder at the back of the lanes. Pro winners, back to the lanes. Tight one down the other end. Look at that. The door car. He goes 022 and then a 46 on a 46. So he has an 026 package. That is not going to be better than the previous door car beating the dragster pack. So Marco goes 011 and then a 52 on a 53 for a breakout. And Pearson moves on to the next round. Pair warming them up right there. Robert driving the 73 Camaro, 565 cubic inches, 559. He's going to get about a 0.5 of a second head start over Tristan Craig. Tristan Craig out of Henderson, Nevada. The Southern Nevada Motorsports machine, dialed 508. Everybody just kind of hanging out there, you know, behind the start line somewhere. Find a spot. Make yourself comfortable. Nobody wants the stage. Come on, guys. Somewhere along the line. All right, Butler's in. Tristan puts on bulb. Here we go. Another pair of spectacular lights to the point where you almost can't say spectacular anymore. The 014 beats the 010 light. Tristan Craig, 014 off the tree, then runs a 508 with a 9 on a 508. Yeah, we're starting to get pretty serious. Next pair coming your way. They're already rolling in. Dale Taros in the front motor dragster, small block for power, alongside Colby Fuller. Kobe out of Savannah. Thanks. Mike's giving me more of those geography lessons. Thousandth of a second separates them on this end. 5:30 with a 6 for a 17th thou pack for Dale Taros. 67 for a 19th thou pack for Colby Fuller. And it took a 16th thou pack to beat Dale Taros. Oh, man. And a 2 thou stripe down at the other end. All right, listen up. Pro winners, you need back to the lanes. Pro winners, we need you back to the lanes. KJ driving the LS powered. He got an LS swap. That's what he did. Dragster, 479 dials. Going to give about a 1 second head start over to Jonathan Fiello. Jonathan driving the 71. And as you can see, this is the time where guys can be possibly going for the beating up on the dragster with the door car trick. 6 thou separated him at the tree. Less than that separates him at the other end. Jonathan Fiello goes 57 on a 57 with a 4 with his foot on the mat all through. 028 light. Jonathan. Next pair coming up to the line. Actually, not the next pair, just our single. Again, pro, you guys should be in the lanes and basically ready to go at this point as we pair you up. There's 6 cars left. Also, at this point in time in the contest, what we'd like to say is just do what you got to do. If you put on a win light in the previous round, just come back around as quick as you can. There's plenty of room in the staging lanes now, so it isn't like we're going to get it all congested. So as soon as you can make it back, just make it back. Your competition will get here, and we'll get you guys going. He's on the ladder, so we know who's running who. So a couple quick reminders. As it starts to get a little darker out, guys, around the pits especially, be really careful if you're driving motorized vehicles. First off, you need to be a licensed driver to drive a motorized vehicle. And second off, please make sure that you've got lights on. Again, Pro, you guys should be in the lanes and ready to go. Pro, you should be in the lanes and ready to go. Well, a long time ago, there was about 150 roughly cars in Super Pro, and now it's down to 7. Hey, for those of you that aren't staying at the track and are making your way back to a hotel or your home or wherever you might be tonight, as far as all you folks are at the track as well, a sincere thank you very much for coming out and participating. and making this just an awesome success. And we really, really appreciate everybody. No matter what you drive, no matter how you drive it, we really enjoyed watching it, that's for sure. And now it's coming down to the point where we're going to show our appreciation. I should say K&N's kind of showing their appreciation with some gigantic purses. Largest standing purse in the history of the West Coast Classics. Brought to you by Silver State Refrigeration. It's funny, when the first time I got involved in announcing one of these races, I was thinking, why would a place in Nevada want to advertise races in California? And it's so funny that over the last couple of years especially, I've seen Silver State trucks all over the place on the I-5 heading into downtown San Diego and everywhere else. So that might be one reason why they decided they wanted to advertise in California, because they do a lot of business in California. The reason Californians enjoy cold beer, Silver State Refrigeration. Hey, once we finish up tonight, don't forget that the Winner's Circle photos will be taking place in the staging lanes after the event for both days. For not only the K&N Saturday, also don't forget the Kid Performance Friday. And they're all going to be, we're going to gather around, hey, you know, roast some marshmallows, sing some, oh, no, what we're going to do is we're going to hand out big checks and take pictures of happy people. That's what we're going to do. Attention the pits, Super Pro, Super Pro. No reason to be bashful. Somebody needs that money, right? If you don't, just stay in the pits. Don't worry about it. But if you would like the money, definitely come on down. So again, that call went out to Super Pro. Super Pro, we need you in the lanes. Super Pro, we need you in the lanes. Super Pro and Pro, you've both been called. Super Pro and Pro, you've both been called. Guys, everybody make your way to the lanes. Pretty much at this point, give her a splash of gas and bring her back around again, as we'd like to get this finished up, get to the Winner's Circle photos, hand out the big checks, take the pictures. Also, you're going to get an opportunity to tell everybody who helps you, who sponsors you, or in case Mike might even tell you who's his daddy. Super Pro, third call. Super Pro, third call. Sounds like we've got cars coming to the lane. I see a parade of golf cars. That means that we've got Super Pro cars back to the lanes as well. All right, guys, listen up. Listen up. All categories, that'd be both of the categories, all contestants that have put on a win light the last time down the track, please make sure that you make your way back to the lanes as quickly as you can. And then whoever puts the win lights on this time, please make your way back to the lanes as quickly as you can. As we're waiting on you guys. Love to watch you guys race. Hey, we got cars coming to the lanes, we got cars coming to the line, and we got Mike English coming to the track.
No, I've been here all weekend. Sorry, Jay. I know you didn't realize that. But here we go. Pro ET on K&N Saturday for $7,500. Jonathan Fiello. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed first pair. My apologies. Stephen Shear and Ed Niket. Ed over there, the Cavalier at 5:53. Chasing Stephen Shear, the Rizzoli Mobile at 6:21. Now, Stephen hadn't driven this car before until this weekend. So the head start going right side to that Camaro on that 621 dial. And doing the chasing, Ed Niket. On that 5:53 dial for the Lake Havasu runner. Stephen Shear's in, Ed's in. Here we go. Red light start, Ed. Stephen Shear, 056 on the tree. Runs her down through there, 623.0 on that 621 dial. So Stephen, 056 on the tree. And then a 2 over 23 with a 0. C.W. Hofer, Shelby Williams. Wow. Shelby, the K&N Camaro, far side 614. Chasing C.W. Hofer, 734. C-Dub in the Bird for Silver Platter Racing. Both of them are pre-staged. They are set. $100 K&N Saturday. Oh, Shelby carrying them front wheels big time. Here comes that Camaro down there, top end. The nose drops. C-Dub out by 5. Dow 029 for the win. Shelby out by 100. 083 for the loss. So C.W. Hofer to the next round. The final pair. Jonathan Fiello, Glenn Workman. Glenn, trip 8's getting the head start. Jonathan, the K&N Nova at 5:57. Super Pro winners, need you back to the lanes, please. Super Pro winners, need you back to the lanes, please. Glenn is in. Jonathan's in. Big old head start going to that Camaro. The Nova for K&N doing the chasing. They are clean and they are green. Down there, top end. Here comes Jonathan. Brake lights, Glenn. Glenn, wow, Jonathan. 042, 1 over, 558.7 for the win. He took a 5,000 stripe. Glenn was better in reaction time, 031, and parked it down there, 91 with a 3 on that 88 dial-in. And Jonathan moving to the next round, the semifinal round, on K&N Saturday for $7,500. Super Pro winners, need you back to the lanes, please. Super Pro winners, need you back to the lanes, please. So while a quiet waiting for the Super Pro winners to get back and K&N $20,000 Saturday, don't forget the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service in the grandstands. First set of grandstands right here, 7 a.m. from Matt Miller and the Racers for Christ. Super Pro winners, need you the lanes for pairings, please. Super Pro winners, need you the lanes for pairings, please. So winners need you back to the lanes, please, on K&N Saturday, the Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic Bracket Race here from Osa Drag Strip. $20,000, the largest purse ever in West Coast Classic history. Man, great deal there, and big thank Silver State Refrigeration for sponsoring this. Well, Silver State the entire race, and K&N on Saturday here. Don't forget tomorrow, $10,000 to win Super Pro, $5,000 to win Pro on Mazier Enterprises Sunday. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic. Super Pro quarter final round, K&N Saturday with Pearson Deming and Carl 5'10", Carl the Dodge Avenger, 6'46", Pearson Deming, the Kid Performance Nova. Go to the semifinal round, K&N Saturday, for $20,000 Super Pro Eliminator. Their pre-stage head start far side that three-way Chevrolet lane to Pearson. Carl Hagan going to patiently wait, then come hustling after him on that 5-10 dial. Red light start, Carl Hagan, Pearson Deming. 023, dead. 034, Pearson Deming, dead on 3, Pearson. So Pearson Deming to the semifinal round, and 034 on the tree. Carl Hagan, 512.5 on that 510 dial, and an 023 RED. So Pearson to the semifinal round. Waiting on the next pair. Pro ET, Super Pro ET, for $20,000. Dale Torres, the front motor dragster, and Bill Botello. Of course, you know that door car versus dragster deal, the Alan Hofer Memorial Award, put up by the West Coast Bracket Races. The best winning pack by a door car against a dragster gets a free entry to a West Coast Classic Bracket Race next year. Well, I lied to you. I thought it was going to be Dale Torres, but the next pair is going to be Jonathan Fiello and Tristan Craig. Door car dragster. Tristan's going to come up here in that Michelob Ultra lane in the dragster out of Henderson, Nevada. And Jonathan Fiello for K&N Filters on K&N Saturday for $20,000 to win. Tristan's going to be at 507 in the dragster. John Nova, 558. Jonathan rolls up in three-way Chevrolet lane. Tristan waiting over here for the Nevada team car on that 507 dial to go to the semis for $20,000 on K&N Saturday. They're pre-stage. Jonathan Fiello lights that second light. The door car to go to the semifinal round. Couple of green light starts. That Nova out there. Here comes Craig and the dragster down there top end. Jonathan dead on 024 for the win. Tristan 44 on the tree, tried to run him down, got down there, broke out by 8 thou. So Jonathan 024 on the tree, dead on 1 for the win. So one more pair waiting on Bill Botello to roll up with the Seas Candy Grand Am. Dale Torres patiently waiting down here in the front motored small block dragster. But Jonathan Fiello moving on, dead on 024 for the win. Steven Shear, CW Hope. need you the lanes, please. Steven Shear, C.W. Hofer, need you the lanes, please. Super Pro single run. Jeff Serra, dialed 139. Memory of his brother who just passed away recently. For Silver State Refrigeration. $1 Million Jeff out of Pennsylvania. So Jeff Serra on a bye run here. For Shane Thompson and Jason Dawson to the team. Silver State Refrigeration. They're great support here this West Coast Classic. 006 RED. Jeff Serra. 4477. So K&N Saturday for $7,500 in pro. Steven Shear, C.W. Hofer, Jonathan Fiello to battle it out. Word is Bill Botello got her fired up. Had a dead battery back there. Got a jump start from some other racers, and I know he appreciates that very much. So El Torres, front-motored, small block dragster, looking to park that baby in the semifinal round. And Bill Botello, the Seas Candy Grand Am, will come up here. Dale is going to be in the Michelob Ultra lane. Bill Botello over there in that three-way Chevrolet lane. Bill Botello doing the chasing at 4.87 with the Grand Am. Dale Torres getting the head start at 5.30 on K&N Saturday for $20,000. That's a tank of gas nowadays. 20 grand. Big tank. To go to the semifinal round, join Jeff Serra, Pearson Deming, and Jonathan Fiello. Dale Torres is pre-staged, waiting on that fast door car that's down 487. 5:30 dial-in. Green light starts. That drags around front. Whoa, hang on there, Bill Botello over near the center line. But Dale Torres, 0.33, 5.32 for the win. Bill Botello missed it at 73 on the tree, goes at 96 on 87, but got over near the center line there. But Dale Torres to the semifinal rounds, 0.33 on the tree. Pro ET winners, need you to the lanes, please. Pro ET winners, need you to the lanes, please. Pro ET winners, need you to the lanes, please. Jonathan Fiello, C.W. Hofer, Stephen Cheer, need you to the lanes, please, for your semi-final round. By the way, Super Bro pairings will be Jeff Serra, Jonathan Fiello, Pearson Deming, Dale Torres. Ooh, door car dragster, all the pairings. So Pro ET winners, you should be in the back of the lanes there. Pro ET winners, you should be in the back of the lanes there. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Pro ET winners need you the lanes. It'll be CW Hofer with the bye run to the final. Stephen Jonathan Fiello. Super Pro winners need you the lanes, please. Super Pro winners need you the lanes. Pearson Demings, Dale Torres, one side the semi. Jeff Serra, Jonathan Fiello on the other side. Super Pro winners need you the lanes, please. Super Pro winners need you the lanes, please. Dale Torres, Pearson Deming, need you to the lanes, please. Jeff Serra's here. Jonathan Fiello's here. Dale Pearson. Dale and Pearson need you to the lanes. Hey, racers, how about a little interesting, just a little bit of tidbit, a little fun fact. And yes, through the weekend, thank you, Eric Arnett, there's been 19 perfect reaction times in time runs only. 19 perfect reaction times and time runs only. That is second best to 21 009s. That's just interesting. And 14 001s. So 21 009s, 19 perfects, and 14 001s. That's pretty cool. Thanks, Eric. Semi-final round, Pro ET K&N Saturday for $7,500 to run C.W. Hofer in the final. Jonathan Fiello, the K&N Nova at 559, chasing Steven Shear. The Rizzoli ride, 620. Steven Shear in that Camaro. And C-Dub's going to sit here in the water box and see who he is going to run for $7,500 on K&N Saturday in Pro ET. They are pre-stage. Head start going to our side of that Camaro. And then Novada K&N going to do the chasing. Here we go. They are clean. They are green. Steven Shear out in front. Here comes Jonathan making that move down there. Steven Shear out by 16,058 for the win. Jonathan out by 300,074 for the loss. Steven Shear to the final round to race C.W. Hofer. C-Dub and the Bird here at 7:30. So C-Dub, if he wants lane choice in the final, has to be 57 or better on the tree. Silver Platter Racing Firebird in set. C-Dub, 0-14 on the tree. Have lane choice in the final. On that 7:30 dialing, 7:39.5, rolling out the throttle at 77 miles an hour. So the final and pro, Steven Shear, C.W. Hofer. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Dale Torres, need you to the lanes, please. Dale Torres, need you to the lanes, please. I knew I'd get it. Thanks, Sean. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Race Kid, Andy Schmall, to the lanes with your cars and crews for Winter Circle pictures from Kid Performance Friday, if you would, please. So Race Kid and Andy Schmall. Cars, crews, no, by the way, you two, Race and Andy, for Winter Circle pictures. Lane number 10 in the stage lanes, if you would. Semi-final round Super Pro for $20,000. The Silver State Refrigeration West Coast Classic on K&N Saturday. Jonathan Fiello at 5:55 in the K&N Nova, getting a head start over Jeff Serra in from Pennsylvania, driving for Shane Thompson and the team at Silver State Refrigeration. Got Jason Dawson, Tristan Craig, and the bunch down there helping out Sarah over there in that far side three-way Chevrolet lane. Jonathan comes up here. Both pairings will be dragsters versus door cars. Jonathan pre-staged, waiting on Jeff Serra. That's a prime-time player over there in that dragster, trying to come to California and take some cash back home to Pennsylvania, though he may have to drop some off in Las Vegas at Silver State Refrigeration. Jonathan's pre-stage stage. Jeff's in. Here we go to the final for 20 grand. Down there, top end. Watch this, baby. They are clean. They are green. Finish line. Jeff Serra by 18 ten thousandths of a second. dead on 8-006, Jeff Serra. Jonathan Bielo goes quad fives on a 55 dial-in. Does not get there. Jeff Serra, 006 to the final by 18 ten-thousandths of a second. 15 thou pack got beat by a 13 thou pack. Thank you, Jay, as Dale Torres. Pearson Deming. Pearson Farside. The Kid Performance Team Nova. The entire Deming family down there. 646 Pearson. Dale Torres, the front motored small block dragster at 532. One of them's going to race Jeff Serra in the final round. Green light starts here. Here comes Dale Torres. Got enough to get around Pearson down there. Dale Torres, 35 with a 6 on the 32 dial-in. He was 005, and he'll have lane choice over Jeff Serra in the final. Pearson was 31 on the tree and out by 2 thousandths of a second trying to hold off that dragster. Got there first by a hun and broke out. Dale Torres with lane choice over Jeff Serra in the final for $20,000 on K&N Saturday in Super Pro Eliminator. By the way, Andy Schmall, race kid, to the staging lanes with your cars and crews for winner circle pictures. Pro ET Final, Steven Shears, C.W. Hofer. Need you the lanes, please. Pro ET Final. Need you the lanes, please. On K&N Saturday for $7,500. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. C.W. Hofer. Need you the lays, please, C-Dub. Need you the lays, please.
That's why we stopped doing it. We shut her down.
Super Pro finalists, need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro finalists, need you to the lanes, please. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Test 1 2, test 1 2. Oh, let's go meet some champions.
All right. Listen up, Super Pro Final, Super Pro Final, Super Pro Final. We're waiting for you. We're giving you the call. Super Pro Final, this is your first call, middle call, last call, every call. Speaking of calls, I'm going to throw it down to Mike English. Mike's wandering around down the staging lanes. Mike, what's going on down there?
Well, all the money's going back to Idaho, I think.
First. Well, let's start.
Hi there.
How are you?
Let's start off with that pro champion.
Come on over here, man. Brother, I need to tell you.
When they put big money on the line, you guys come down from Idaho and like,
you're like a magnet to it. Chris was
crying last night because every time he says, like, put up a big money raise, Andy shows up and takes that money back to Idaho.
Yeah, Chris puts on great races.
We like to support big money races on the West Coast, and
happy to come
down. I'll bet you are.
I'll bet you are.
You're always happy when you get the big check, right?
It always makes it better for sure.
Of course,
Absolutely.
Jamie Wheeler won
one of your cars, and maybe
you might want to trade places like her.
win a couple races
the
for a
family.
change and keep it in the family.
Yeah, she would like that too. When we were back east, she had
a few close races down where she was
down to 4 a couple of times. But hasn't quite got it done on the big stage yet. Of course it's coming. You know you just hired your own assassin, right?
Yeah, that's why I got to stay pro, so we don't have to worry about
Good move. Good move.
Good move.
Congratulations, my friend.
Another great job, as always.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, Jeff Crater.
Jeff Crater, I hope you were watching that on YouTube because you said I had a face for radio.
Hey, Chris, you want me to roll out? Yeah. We can totally do it straight. No, I think you're all right, but not my winning circle picture. It would look a lot better if you had him. Hold it in. Sensitive shit. Oh no.
Attention in the pits. Jeff Serra, we're looking for you. Please, Jeff, make your way here. Your opponent is here, getting ready to run those finals. I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure. I know you've done your share of winning recently, but I'm sure another 20 grand isn't going to hurt. So you got to win it. You got to show up. All right, here we go. This is the pro final. The two toughest hombres on the planet, at least on our little edge of the planet right here. That 67 Camaro that's over in the three-way Chevrolet lane, 617 the dial-in, coming out of Visalia. Steve Scherer alongside C.W. Hofer. 87 Firebird. C.W. dials 7.33 on his car. So he's going to get a little over a 1 second head start. So right around 100 entries in pro, maybe a few more. And then, of course, it's buyback round, so there was a bunch of cars out there. Pre-staged, working their way in. Tree's on its way down. Lights are near identical, and at the other end, Steve Scherer, congratulations. K&N Saturday ends really nicely for you as you put $7,500 in your pocket. 618 on a 617. Had actually the worst of the two lights by about 3,000, so if you can call 3,000s even enough to make a difference. In the tight racing we're doing here, it does, because CW broke out by 3,000ths of a second. So that's right, he took one stripe at the other end and loses. CW, well, you know, you're not really losing too terribly bad. You still put $1,250 in your pocket. Nice job, CW Hofer, as well as Steve Scherer. $7,500 goes to the winner in pro today. Thank you very much, K&N Filters. Attempting to find out how good the traction is out there pulling wheelies with the golf car. Yep, it's still sticky. So again, Steve, if you can hear my voice, don't forget that the winner's circle photos are taking place basically right now. So have your crew come on down. Pictures, big checks, and good times is all it had down there right around lane 10, right behind the tower. So congratulations, Steve Scherer. Great job. Had to put out an awful lot of tough racers to get there. Looks like our Super Pro final on Super K&N Saturday. $20,000 to win. Thank you very much, K&N. Jeff Serra driving the dragster from Adamstown, Pennsylvania. Long burnout. He's down there looking at the 8th mile clocks, checking out just, see where we're at here. Not such a long burnout. Dale Taros. Dale driving the front motor dragster. 5:32 the dial in for the front motor dragster. Going to get almost a 3/4 of a second head start. Dale out of La Mirada. Jeff Sierra, no kidding. Adamstown, Pennsylvania. The $1 Million Man won the fling earlier. Dale Taros is staged. Jeff puts on the top light. Tree on its way down. Oh, baby. Dale Taros, 004 on the red side. Jeff Sierra goes 012 for a green light and then runs it all the way through and goes 4:47 on a 56. But he puts on the win light. And congratulations, Jeff Sierra, as you top us off for the night. A Super Saturday from K&N, as well as Silver State and West Coast Classics. Saturday is now in the books. Jeff Sierra, $20,000 richer. Dale Taros, $2,500 for runner-up. Just an awesome day all the way around. First thing I'd like to do is throw it back down to Mike, as he's going to be talking to the rest of the winners, as well as all winners from yesterday. I believe you guys are already down in the winner's circle, which is right behind the tower. But Jeff, bring your crew, bring your car, and come on down. So Steve and Jeff, both guys, bring your cars, come down to the winner's circle, get the big check with the big smile and the big photograph. Put all that together, and congratulations to you guys, as well as thanks to everybody who's come out here. If you'd like to join them in the winner's circle, come on down. They'll make a spectacle of themselves, I'm sure.
Thank you very much, Jay. Appreciate it. Standing here with Ace Kid on Kid Performance Friday, man. You pick up the win for
Jeff Serra cuts a
$10,000. And thank goodness
0-1-2.
it got delayed a day so you can replace that transmission,
And then runs
right?
it way out at
Yeah,
153
pretty
miles an
crazy
hour.
ending here.
Goes
Definitely,
447
big
against his
to,
456, but of course with
be
Dale's
down
red
in
light,
that scenario.
Dale
I
red
got
by
red
just
lights, the
4
car
thousandths of a
brakes,
second.
and the very unique
Guys,
scenario
thank you
where I
very
have
much.
time to,
Mike English
fix the car before the next
got
round.
some
Yeah,
folks down there
just
he'd like to
definitely
talk
had
to.
on my side in this one,
Good practice. Hey, it sounded good to me, right? But replacing the transmission and then the other stuff that went on, but you managed to come back today, thank goodness, and pick up the win in Super Pro on Kid Performance Friday, on K&N Saturday for 10 grand.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the kind words. First and foremost, I got to give all the glory to God. Just very thankful to have my health, have awesome family and friends out here. This is what really makes it cool. Racing's cool, winning's cool, but that's what it's all about. Got to thank Pops. Really cool that he sponsors this deal. You know, definitely helps me out. I wouldn't be dialed 450 without him. So, got to thank Chris and the whole crew, man. These guys put on a great race. If any of you guys are interested in drag racing on the West Coast, these are the events to come to, man. They do a great job. The format's the best on the coast, in my opinion. They just do a great job. So, love to come out and support.
Well, appreciate you coming down from Idaho, and I know you mentioned your dad here. He's had a little success at these races, too.
Oh, yeah. He taught me it all, so I definitely owe it all to Pops.
Absolutely. Mark Kidden, thank you for sponsoring on Friday. Appreciate that very much. And let's get some pictures in the winner's circle. Congratulations. We can't call him the babyface assassin anymore. Just the assassin. Stephen Shear, Kyle Rizzoli, need you to the winner's circle in the staging lanes, please. Stephen Shear, Kyle Rizzoli, need you to the staging lanes with your car for winner's circle pictures. Well, it's been a while, but how about on K&N Saturday, your Pro ET winner for $7,500? Steven Shearer, didn't you tell me you'd never driven this car before till this weekend?
I haven't bottom bulbed in about 15 years. First time off the bottom, so it was. I wasn't sure what was going to happen this weekend, so we definitely were happy with the results for sure. I raced in Super Street a couple weeks ago at the divisional, first time ever in the car, and car didn't like it too much. You know, didn't like Super Street, but it definitely likes the bottom bulb. So we had a great time today. So awesome.
Well, your partner's pretty good there too. Your car owner.
Not bad. He gave me a good car. Definitely was set up well and made it easy for me. Definitely just to jump in and try to hit it. So beautiful car. Thing runs awesome, and couldn't be more happy with how it went today.
Well, I hate to tell you, but the driver had a lot to do with it too.
Well, it was great. It's been a long time, and did some bottom bulb racing way back, and it was fun to get back in there and get out of the drag. So the wheelies are fun. I was telling Kyle, I said, hey, just keep those wheelies coming, man. And it was really a lot of fun today. So
I'm going to drive tomorrow because I want to do the wheelies.
You should. It's really cool.
Congratulations, my friend. Great job. Pro ET winner on K&N Saturday, Steven Shearer. Yes.